सभागृहाकडे होते आहे. सर्वांनी सभागृहात शांतता राखायची आहे. अतिथींचे आगमन होणार आहे. सर्वांनी सभागृहात शांतता राखायची आहे. On behalf of Shankarlal Khandelwal College, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, resource persons, delegates, research scholars, media, and dear students in person and online to the two-day interdisciplinary international conference on next generation innovations in computer science, AI, and mathematical sciences sponsored by PM Usha. May I request all to kindly stand for the university song.
नित्यं हि विद्याचिन्तनं नित्यं च विद्यामन्थनम् नित्यं हि विद्यासर्जनं नित्यं च विद्याजीवनम्
संत गाडगे बाबा तुमचे स्वप्न पूर्ण झाले. संत गाडगे बाबा तुमचे स्वप्न पूर्ण झाले.
Thank you all. Gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of this conference. This brings together academicians, researchers, industry experts, and innovators from across the globe to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and explore cutting edge advancements that are shaping the future of technology and science. And today, we are honored to have Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal, Secretary Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, as the president of this inaugural session. We are honored and delighted to have Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, that is Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, Honorable Dr. Milind Barhate sir, as the inaugural guest for the conference. We also feel honored to have Honorable Dr. Vidya Sharma Madam, Member of Management Council and Chairman, BOS Mathematics, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. We are privileged to have Honorable Milind Kumar Sarode sir, Head Computer Engineering Department, Government Polytechnic College, Nagpur, as the keynote speaker. Accompanying them on stage is our Principal Honorable Dr. J.M. Sabu sir, Convener of this conference, Dr. Deepti Petkar Madam, Organizing Secretary, Professor Revaskar sir, and Treasurer, Professor Suradkar sir. May I now request Honorable President, inaugural guest, and all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly lit the lamp of knowledge. This lamp symbolizes the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and innovation. Deepa Jyoti Parabrahma, Deepa Jyotir Janardanaha, Deepo Haratu Me Papam, Deepa Jyoti Namostude. May this light eradicate darkness of ignorance. And may I now request Honorable Inaugural Guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Barhate sir, to kindly make an announcement of the inauguration of the conference.
I hereby declare International Conference on Next Generation Innovations in Computer Science, AI, and Mathematical Sciences inaugurated.
Thank you so much, sir. As Stephen Hawking said, computers will overtake humans with AI within next 100 years. When that happens, we need to make sure the computers have goals aligned with ours. Similar is the aim of this conference, and to brief about it, may I request our team leader, our principal, Honorable Dr. Sabu sir, to kindly deliver the welcome note.
Very good morning to all. Honorable President of the program, Sri Gopalji Khandelwal, inaugural guest of the function, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Milinji Barhate, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati Vidyapit Amravati, Dr. Vidya Sharma Madam, the BOS chairman and management council member of SGBU, and the keynote speaker, Dr. Milind Kumar Sarode sir, and esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, dedicated researchers, friends, students, and all media persons. It is my proud honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 11th International Conference on our campus entitled as Next Generation Innovation in Computer Science, AI, and Mathematical Sciences, organized by the Department of Computer Science, Mathematics, and sponsored by PM Usha. Before that, I would like to bring to the kind notice of our distinguished guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, that this society was established in 1958 with the aim of imparting the education to underprivileged and um, unprivileged sect of the society. That's why this college has and all the institutions are established in the old city or economically backward area of the city. Now, this college is is established in 1999-2000 for imparting higher education to the students of this area who are bereft of taking education going to the new city. Now, this college has grown up from UG to PG and to the research center. Presently, we have 12 research centers in the college and 19 guides over there. Up till now, 7 students are awarded PhD and 62 students are doing PhD. We have got 4 patents recently. Recently, we have got a patent in physics too. All of us know that the college has got the chance to have the grants from PM Usha, Pant Pradhan Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan, that is RUSA 3. And in that too, we have given major share for the research. Out of 5 crores, 3.5 crores we have been using for the research. And I would like to bring to the kind notice of Honorable Chair and all the dignitaries that we have purchased very good equipments for further research. The college is not going to stop only here. College is going to start consultancy to the industry to meet the present needs of industry and our nation. And recently, the Vidarbha Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Akola, has organized VTEX exhibition over here. In that, the college has participated and we have offered the consultancy to the industry. And I am proud to say that 2 industries approached to we people for the consultancy, and even they have promised that while doing this consultancy, they will offer their CSR fund to the college for further research progress. And I am also very proud, feel proud that the society has got approval from the government of India and state government for utilizing CSR funds. So this is how the college has been projecting itself as a research institute, and we are doing our level best to do research or promote research. And this conference is nothing but a part and parcel of the same activity. This interdisciplinary conference is built on the core belief that the most profound breakthrough of our time will not emerge from these fields in isolation, but from their deep and intentional conversations. It is the synergy where true innovation lies. I am sure that during these 2 days, you will encourage with the pioneering work, innovative ideas, and motivation for further research. Let us begin this journey of exploration together, I once again welcome you all, and may the conference be intellectually stimulating, collaboratively rich, and truly unforgettable. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let us grab this opportunity to welcome the eminent and distinguished guests today. May I request Honorable Principal Sir to kindly welcome Honorable President of the inaugural ceremony, Shri Gopalji Khandelwal. Thank you, sir. It is my proud privilege to introduce our inaugural guest, Honorable Dr. Barhate sir, to you all. Dr. Milind Barhate sir is the 9th Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, leading the university for scaling new heights. The Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, being a premier institution in Vidarbha, India, known for teaching, research, and student-centric approach, has a mission to contribute to the society through the pursuit of education, learning, and research. A merit student at the undergraduate level, Honorable Dr. Barhate holds master's degree in management, commerce, and a doctorate in business management. He also holds a bachelor's degree in law. He has 3 books to his credit related to retail management, export management, and international financial management. Apart from publishing 17 research papers in national and international journals, he has been granted patent regarding system for watering the land. Till date, 12 research scholars have been awarded degree of Doctor of Philosophy under his supervision. He has been the editor of national level peer-reviewed multidisciplinary journal Sanshodhan for about 10 years, as well as he has edited 5 books related to varied subjects. In recognition of his service to the field of higher education, Honorable Chancellor of Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, appointed Dr. Barhate sir as his nominee on the Management Council of Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University twice. Dr. Barhate sir has also served the university as a member of Finance and Accounts Committee, Purchase, Building and Works Committee, Grievance Committee, Standing and Budget Committee, Perspective Plan Committee, Fee Fixation, Draft Direction, and lot many such similar committees. He has visited France, Italy, and Switzerland. Honorable Dr. Barhate sir started his career as a lecturer in management at CP and Berar College, Nagpur. As a lecturer in management department, he handled the training and placement activities also. He rose to the position of coordinator of the management department in the year 2003 and then principal of CP and Berar College in the year 2010. CP and Berar College, Nagpur, established in the year 1960, is one of the premier institutions of higher education in Nagpur and Vidarbha region. As a principal, Honorable Barhate sir successfully introduced several academic and administrative reforms. He is a distinguished member of National Institute of Personnel Management. With commitment to both academics and administration, Honorable Barhate sir's objective is to contribute sincerely in the development of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University with all his capacity, hard work, experience, and intellect. May I now request Honorable President of the program, Sri Gopalji Khandelwal, to kindly welcome and felicitate this multidimensional academician. Thank you, sir. Now I take this opportunity to introduce our guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Vidya Sharma ma'am. Honorable Dr. Vidya Sharma ma'am is Professor and Head Department of Mathematics, Srimati Narsamma Arts, Commerce and Science College, Amravati. She is member of Management Council, member of Academic Council of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, and chairman of Board of Studies of Mathematics, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. She is MSc Mathematics Gold Medalist, PhD, B.Ed, and she has submitted her DSc thesis to the university. Her area of research are wavelet transform, signal processing, neural network, artificial intelligence, and transform analysis. Till now, 11 of her students have been awarded with PhD, 2 of her MPhil students have been awarded, and recently 8 students are pursuing their PhD under her supervision. She has visited Hong Kong, Munich, Austria, Frankfurt, Switzerland, Paris for research purposes. She has been awarded 2 international patents as well. She has, to her credit, 2 minor research projects funded by UGC, and she has authored 2 books as per Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University syllabus and one on integral transform. He is the recipient of many prestigious awards and honors like Eminent Scientist Award by Mind Aura LLC, USA, Best Paper Award at Switzerland in International Conference, Excellent Paper Award with Gold Medal at Hong Kong International Conference, Best Paper Award at Singapore, Best Oral Presentation Award at Bangalore, Fellow Award by Vishwa Shanti Multipurpose Society Research Foundation. He has been awarded with Adarsh Shikshak Award and Jizau Lake Award. May I request the convener of this conference and head Department of Computer Science, Dr. Deepthi Petkar Madam, to kindly welcome and felicitate this dynamic personality. Thank you so much. Dear delegates, today we have a galaxy of intellectuals. Let me introduce our keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Milind Kumar Sarhode sir, to you all on this occasion. Honorable Dr. Milind Kumar Sarhode sir is USA Microsoft Certified Professional, specialization in Microsoft Windows 2000. He is Brain Bench Certified for Computer Electronics, Brain Bench USA, certified trainer of Linux System and Advanced System Administration. He is also IBM certified on object-oriented analysis and design using the UML with fundamentals of rational rows. Honorable Sarode sir is DSc from University of Mexico 2023, DLIT from University of Asia, North Korea, PhD in the Faculty of Engineering and Technology in the Computer Science and Engineering discipline from Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. He is also MBA from Yashwantrao Chavan, Maharashtra Open University and Master of Engineering in Computer Science and Engineering from Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded. He is gracing various memberships of reputed organizations like Chartered Engineer, Institution of Engineering, Engineers India, Fellow Member Institution of Engineers India, and Life Member of Indian Society for Technical Educations, etc. He has published over 30 research papers in international conferences and 9 research papers in national conferences. He has published over 200 papers in international journals like Sci, Scopus, Elsevier, Springer, and many UGC approved journals. He has to his credit 5 books and he has been awarded 7 patents. He has delivered over 50 talks as a resource person at various short-term training programs and faculty development programs. His world scientist rank is 905391 and his DBATU scientist rank is 16. He has almost 5 years of industry experience as a software development manager and 24 years of experience as an assistant and associate professor. His major achievements include selection as a research scholar for the program of Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering at the University of Southern Queensland, selection as a research scholar for the program of Doctor of Philosophy in Computer Science in the field of Image Enhancement at the University of East Anglia, selection of as a research scholar for the program of Doctor of Philosophy in Computer Science in the field of Image Enhancement at the Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand, and many more. He has been conferred upon with various awards like International Engineer of the Year Award, Best Teacher Award, Senior Scientist Award, Ideal Professor of Computer and Engineering Award. May I request Honorable Dr. Sabu sir to kindly welcome and felicitate this academic par excellence. Thank you so much, sir. Any confluence of intellectual minds is a feast of knowledge. So let us savor that without further ado. May I request today's guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Vidya Sharma ma'am, to kindly address us on this occasion. Dear delegates, for that, we are lucky to have Honorable Director Student Welfare, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Honorable Borkar sir. May I request the Principal of College, Dr. Sabu sir, to kindly welcome him on the campus. Now may I request Honorable Shama ma'am to proceed with her address.
धर्मवीर गाडगेबाब सायस रामचेर गोपालजी खंड साबू inaugurate Dr. Vice Chancellor Gadgebaba Amravati University. Not speak Dr. Kumar Saroj as Petkar, members of the International Advisory Committee, delegates from across the globe, my dear young researchers, morning to the profound honor to stand before at the International Conference on Next Generation Computer Science, AI, and Mathematical Sciences. We are here to talk about how technology can solve real world problems. Conference brings together three important fields. We use computer to work, mathematics to think, AI to grow. When we put them together, we find new ways to help our world healthy and strong. As we discuss next generation innovations, we must center our attention on artificial intelligence. What is AI? AI is a field of computer science dedicated to creating systems capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as learning, reasoning, and problem solving. Today, machine does not follow rules. They learn from data. Can can even create new things. The secret is AI cannot work without mathematics. Mathematics, the base of every smart machine. If you know mathematics, you can master. Now, what is the role of mathematics? It is important to remember that AI is not just about code. It is built on the bedrock of mathematical sciences, from linear algebra powering neural networks, the probability used in the machine. Mathematics, the language that makes AI possible. This conference platform for sharing knowledge, fostering collaboration, new horizon. I am particularly proud to see diverse gathering of minds from across participants reflects the universal nature, reflects and underscores the importance of interdisciplinary. The conference today promises an array of insightful presentations, discussions, and innovative ideas. I encourage each of you wholeheartedly ask questions, share your perspective, and contribute to vibrant exchange. I appreciate the efforts of their organization, convener Dr. Deepak Petkar, organizing Ravindra, treasurer Dr. N.R. Suralkar for making. I like to thank organizers for this kind. I wish all a productive, enlightening conference.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As you have rightly mentioned, artificial intelligence is not a substitute for human intelligence. It is a tool to amplify human creativity and ingenuity. Thank you so much for your kind words. Dear delegates, it gives me joy and happiness to share with you all that, as our Principal Dr. Sabu sir has expressed in his welcome note, recently our head Department of Physics, Dr. Devde sir and his team, has been awarded with the design patent titled Design of Multi-Chamber Reactor for Controlled Graphene Oxide Fabrication. I would like to request Honorable Inaugural Guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Barhate sir, to kindly motivate them by appreciating their achievements. Dr. Devde sir and his team. Thank you so much. Now may I request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to kindly address this August gathering.
शंकरलाल खंडेलवाल आर्ट सायन्स अँड कॉमर्स कॉलेज अकोला द्वारे आयोजित इंटरनॅशनल कॉन्फरन्स ऑन नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इनोव्हेशन्स कम्प्युटर सायन्स AI अँड मॅथमॅटिक्स सायन्सेस याच्या उद्घाटन समारंभाला उपस्थित संस्थेचे कार्यक्रमाचे अध्यक्ष सन्माननीय गोपालजी खंडेलवाल, या महाविद्यालय मराठीचे प्राचार्य माझे स्नेही डॉक्टर साबू, संत गाडगेबाबा अमरावती विद्यापीठाच्या व्यवस्थापन परिषदेवरील माझ्या सहकारी डॉक्टर शर्मा यांचं आपण आज नोट आपण ऐकणार आहोत. ते श्री डॉक्टर मिलिंद कुमार सरोदेजी. या कॉन्फरन्सच्या कन्व्हेनर पेटकर, ऑर्गनायझिंग सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर RP रेवस्कर, ट्रेजरर डॉक्टर नार तोडकर, ते उपस्थित सर्व संशोधक, विद्यार्थी आणि सर्व मान्यवर. सर्वप्रथम मी शंकरलाल खंडेवाल आर्ट्स कॉमर्स सायन्स आचार्य साबू सर समूचे मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. महत्त्वाच्या विषयावर त्यांनी कॉन्फरन्स येथे आयोजित केलेली आहे. आणि जग कसं झपाट्याने बदलतं आहे, तर मला वाटतं हा एक असू शकतो. आपण इनोव्हेशनवर बोलत असतानाच आता हळूहळू आपण नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इनोव्हेशनवरही आता चर्चा करायला लागलेलो आहोत, विचार करायला लागलो आहोत. एक मला वाटतं एक जग कोणत्या दिशेने चाललेलं आहे आणि जग किती झपाट्याने बदलत आहे, बऱ्याच टेक्नॉलॉजी इज कन्सर्न, तर हे निदर्शक आहे असं मी समजतो. आणि पुनश्च मी साबू सरांचे आणि त्यांच्या करतो याकरता महाराष्ट्रातल्या ज्या निवडक कॉलेजेसला उषा अंतर्गत ग्रँड मिळाली, त्यात शंकरलाल खंडेवाल कॉलेजचाही समावेश आहे. त्यामुळे त्या कॉलेजची जी गुणवत्ता आहे, त्यांनी कार्य करायची जी शैली आहे, जी प्रेरणा आहे, ते त्याचं मला वाटतं त्यांना मिळालेलं फळ आहे असं समजतो. त्यामुळे पुनश्च मी साबू सरांचं आणि संपूर्ण त्यांची व्यवस्थापन आहेत आणि आदरणीय श्री गोपालजी खंडेलवाल, हातवाडे मॅडम आपण करतो. कारण की मी प्राचार्य होतो 15 वर्ष, त्यामुळे स्टँड मिळवणं तेवढं सोपं नाही, याची पूर्ण कल्पना आहे. आज आजचा जो विषय आहे कॉन्फरन्सचा, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इनोव्हेशन्स, आपल्याला माहिती असेल ग्लोबल इनोव्हेशन इंडेक्समध्ये आज भारताचा क्रमांक 35 आहे. 2015 साली याच इंडेक्समध्ये भारत 81 या क्रमांकावर होता. 10 वर्षामध्ये आपण 81 वरनं 35 वर ग्लोबल इनोव्हेशन इंडेक्समध्ये आहोत. कसं निदर्शक आहे, तर भारतामध्ये झपाट्याने इनोव्हेशनबाबत, स्टार्टअपबाबत जागृती होत आहे. आजचा जो युवक आहे, तरुण आहे, तरुणी आहेत, स्टार्टअप करता इनोव्हेशनमध्ये, एंटरप्राइजमध्ये त्याचा इंटरेस्ट भाग कसा वाढतो आहे, तर हे निदर्शक आहे. 10 वर्षामध्ये आपण या इंडेक्समध्ये 35 क्रमांकावर आज आपला देश आहे. आज इनोव्हेशन संदर्भात बोलताना केंद्र शासन असो, राज्य शासन असो, ते मोठ्या प्रमाणात ग्रँट्स त्याकरता उपलब्ध झालेले आहेत. त्या विद्यापीठामध्येही फाउंडेशन नावानी स्टेट कंपनी आज कार्यरत आहे मार्फत. पण ज्या केंद्र शासन आणि राज्य शासनातर्फे आपल्याला ग्रँट्स प्राप्त होत असतात, त्या आपण 3 लाखाच्या मर्यादेमध्ये चांगले इनोव्हेशन्स आहेत, चांगले कन्सेप्ट्स आहेत, त्यात कमर्शियल व्हॅल्यू आहे, त्या विद्यार्थ्यांकरता, तरुणांना आणि तरुणींना लाखाच्या मर्यादेत सीड फंड करत असतो, देत असतो. आज अनेक तरुण आणि तरुणी त्या विद्यापीठाच्या जगातील 5ही जिल्ह्यांमध्ये त्याचे एक मोठं काही ना स्टार्टअप सुरू करू शकलेले आहेत. तर जास्ती महत्त्व आज एक एम्प्लॉयमेंटच्या दृष्टीने प्राप्त झालेलं आहे. आज जो आपला कॉन्फरन्सचा विषय आहे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इनोव्हेशन्स, असं वाटतं नेक्स्ट इनोव्हेशनमध्ये साधारणतः फोकस जो राहणार आहे आर्टिफिशियल लर्निंग, बायोटेक्नॉलॉजी, सस्टेनेबल टेक्नॉलॉजी, कम्प्युटिंग, रोबोटिक्स, स्पेस टेक्नॉलॉजी, साधारणतः या क्षेत्रांवर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इनोव्हेशनचा हा फोकस राहणार आहे. आज एक मान्यवर इथे आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन करणार आहेत. मान्यवरांचं इथे मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त होऊन चांगलं डिस्कशन होणार आहे. पण मी असं समजतो की हा जो अतिशय महत्त्वाचा विषय म्हणजे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इनोव्हेशन, नक्की काहीतरी नवीन माहिती, व्हॅल्यू ॲडिशन सर्वांना त्यांनी होईल. आणि निश्चितपणे इथून जाताना आपण काहीतरी चांगली माहिती, चांगली चाल त्या विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत ती पोचवाल असा मला विश्वास वाटतो. आज आपला देश जगामध्ये आपण स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम आहे, त्यात आपला क्रमांक आज जगामध्ये 13 आहे. जवळपास त्या 10 वर्षामध्ये 2 लाख स्टार्टअप्स आज भारतामध्ये रजिस्टर्ड कार्यरत आहेत. संख्या 2014 मध्ये साधारणतः 500च्या आसपास होती. आज ती 2 लाखापर्यंत पोहोचली आहे. त्यातही महत्त्वाच्या 2-3 गोष्टी म्हणजे अशा, पण त्यातले 50% स्टार्टअप्स जे आहेत ते टायर 2 आणि टायर 3 सिटीमधले आहेत. टायर 2 आणि टायर 3 सिटी म्हणजे आपलं साधारण नागपूर, अमरावती, अकोला हे क्षेत्र असतात. 50% इनोव्हेशन आज त्यामध्ये रजिस्टर्ड आहेत. महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे साधारणतः 48% स्टार्टअप्समध्ये कमीत कमी एक महिला जुळलेली आहे. त्या निमित्ताने महिलांचं सक्षमीकरणही त्या निमित्ताने मोठ्या प्रमाणात आज. आणि त्यातली तिसरी महत्त्वाची बाब म्हणजे त्या स्टार्टअपपैकी सुमारे स्टार्टअप्स हे युनिकॉर्न आहेत. युनिकॉर्न म्हणजे ज्याचा टर्नओव्हर $1 बिलियन वरती असतो त्याला युनिकॉर्न म्हटलं जातं. साधारणतः 1.25 की 1.5 मध्ये भारतीय मुलांनी, तरुणांनी आणि तरुणींनी सुरू केलेले आहेत. जास्ती महत्त्व आज स्टार्टअप्सला, रिसर्चला दिलेलं आहे. सर्व जाणतो, आपण सर्व शिक्षक आहोत, संशोधक आहोत. रिसर्च आहे, संशोधन जे आहे, हा कोणत्याही देशाचा विकासाचा, अर्थव्यवस्थेचा, टेक्नॉलॉजिकल डेव्हलपमेंटचा स्पाईन म्हणतो, तो आत्मा असतो, त्याला आत्मा आहे त्याला असं म्हणतो. कारण की आज अमेरिका आहे किंवा झालेली आहे. पण संशोधन हेच एक कारण आहे असं वारंवार जाणवलेलं आहे, दिसतं आहे. संशोधन हा आपल्या देशाच्या व्यवस्थेकरता, विकासाकरता भाग आहे. त्यामुळे असे अनेक संशोधनं, अनेक इनोव्हेशन यापुढे त्यात अभ्यास करून त्यात निर्माण करायचे आहेत. आज हे स्टार्टअप्स जे आहेत देण्यापेक्षा नोकरी करण्यापेक्षा नोकरी करणारे व्हा, या उद्देशाने आज त्याला महत्त्व आहे. तसंच आत्ता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री एक स्टार्टअपचा फार मोठी स्तरावर जी कॉम्पिटिशन त्यात बोलताना त्यांनी असा संदेश दिला, आता येणारे स्टार्टअप्स जे आहेत मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग टेक्नॉलॉजी यावर फोकस करणं आवश्यक आहे. मला वाटतं की हा एक संदेश माननीय आहे, तोही पुस्तकांनी या निमित्ताने लक्षात ठेवावा आणि त्या दृष्टीने येणारी जी टेक्नॉलॉजी आहे, येणारे जे इनोव्हेशन्स आहे, ते आपण कृपया लक्षात ठेवावं असं मी आपण सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांना, पुस्तकांना आणि शिक्षकांना त्यांनी आवाहन करतो. आज अनेक मान्यवर मार्गदर्शन चांगला प्लॅटफॉर्म त्या निमित्ताने सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांना, शिक्षकांना उपलब्ध झालेला आहे. आपण निश्चितपणे जे आउटकम राहील, जे ॲडिशन होईल ते आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत नक्की प्रयत्न करा. सर्व शिक्षकांना, संशोधकांना या निमित्ताने आवाहन करतो आणि पुनश्च खंडेलवाल सायन्स अँड कॉमर्स कॉलेज प्राचार्य साबू सर, ते सचिव, संस्थेचे सचिव आदरणीय गोपालजी खंडेलवाल, हे सर्व शिक्षक, कर्मचारी, विद्यार्थी यांना मनापासून शुभेच्छा देतो. भविष्यातही असे चांगले उपक्रम आपण राबवत राहाल असा विश्वास व्यक्त करतो. थांबतो.
धन्यवाद सर. विविध सांख्यिकीय आकडेवारीतून येणाऱ्या उज्ज्वल भविष्याचे चित्र सरांनी आपल्यासमोर उभे केले. आपले मार्गदर्शनपर आणि कौतुकाचे शब्द आम्हा सर्वांचा उत्साह वाढविणारे आहे. थँक यू सो मच. And our strength and inspiration is Honorable Gopalji Khandelwal, the President of this inaugural ceremony. May I kindly request him to deliver his presidential address.
आजच्या या आपल्यामध्ये उपस्थित आहे. फुल कॉन्फरन्स आवश्यकता छान असं हातभार त्या आपल्या देशाचा हा उपलब्ध सहित करत स्वप्न
Thank you so much, sir. Any event of this magnitude requires many helping hands, and to express gratitude towards them, may I invite the organizing secretary of this conference, Professor Revaskar sir, to propose the vote of thanks.
On the behalf of organizing committee, my proud privilege of thanks for the inaugural ceremony of this. First and foremost, I sincerely function Honorable Gopalji Khandelwal sir, Secretary, Prasarak Mandal Akola, for his free guidance and towards the in education. Express my deep sense of gratitude to our inaugural guest, Dr. Milind Barate sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sant Galgi Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, for gracing the occasion and his inspiring guidance and has truly elevated the significance of this conference. Extremely thank to our guest of honor, Dr. Vidya Sharma Madam, Member, Management Council, Chairman, Board of Studies Mathematics, SGB, for her valuable support, encouragement, such academic and initiative. Extend my thanks to Dr. Rajiv Borkar sir, Director, Student Development Cell, SGBAU Amravati, for his presence and wishes. Yes, my heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Milind Kumar, Head Department of Computer Engineering, Government Polytechnic College, Nagpur, for agreeing to share his expertise and insights with. I am thankful to our respected Principal, Dr. J.M. Sabu sir, for his constant encouragement and leadership, making this international conference a reality. I am thankful to my colleague, Dr. Dipti Bhet, Madam, Convener, Dr. Nitin sir, Treasurer of the conference, and Dr. Avinash Thote, our college coordinator, M. Usha Scheme, for his continuous support. I extend thanks to Palmapari Madam for anchoring the ceremony so great. I also thank all the teaching, non-teaching staff, delegates, participants present here and in online media persons for their continuous contribution and cooperation. In thank you all and permission of clear this inaugural ceremonies.
We are going to start the keynote session immediately. Just now the inaugural ceremony is over, but the keynote will follow immediately. All the delegates are requested to kindly be seated in the hall. We are immediately going to start the keynote session. The keynote session will start immediately. All are requested to remain seated in the hall. Dear delegates and students, we are going to start the keynote address immediately. Kindly be seated in the hall. All the delegates are requested to kindly remain seated in the hall. As we are going to start the keynote session immediately.
also there are. Good afternoon, one and all. Already let start my keynote speech. So before starting, I would like to express my thanks to the Petkar madam. She has invited me for today's international conference for the delivery of. Madam, basically the topic of keynote speech is harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, transform noisy images, crystal clear master. Idea is denoising of various types of images, which includes artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence is not a recent topic of evaluation or your research. It is invented in 1950. Invented in 1950 by Taylor. You know his innovation Taylor machine. If you know, Taylor machine is invented in 1915, and that is the start of the era of artificial intelligence. There is a boom of artificial intelligence, but it is not started or innovated in the recent era. Very year ago, it is already introduced by Taylor, US scientist. Now the applications are developed and we are looking towards that particular scenario. The agenda is image noise, then traditional denoising methods we generally used, rise of AI based approaches, key deep learning architectures. Generally, we categorize AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science are the separate issues or the separate research areas, but it's not like that. Machine learning and data science are the part of artificial intelligence, not different research areas. Actually, it's a part of artificial intelligence. So, basically, noise means what? In every system, noise means introduction of unwanted particles. Introduction of unwanted particles. Right now, I am speaking in front of you. But if some noise, unwanted particle introduced during the particular scenario, my voice will not be reached to you. So we have to clear that particular unwanted particles. That is called a noise. So what are the impacts in photography? While doing photography, then medical imaging, like your X-ray, when you take the X-ray of the body, MRI of the body, that time also noise is introduced in the particular image, and what the doctor requires that will not get at its end, and misinterpretation may be there. I mean, जर त्याला कॅन्सर आहे किंवा नाही किंवा त्या MRI इमेजमध्ये तो पर्टिक्युलर पार्ट डिटेक्ट करायचा आहे, तो पार्टच दिसत नसेल, so how he will interpret the actual disease of the particular part or the particular human body. So what is our duty? It's not a duty of doctor, it's a duty of ours, means computer engineers or computer science peoples, to denoise that particular image and get a clear image to the give the clear image of the particular MRI to doctor, so that he will clearly interpret what is the actual disease, what is the percentage of the. So this is our motto. Now we already know common type of noise are Gaussian noise. The very common uh, noise generally introduced in every images if low quality of light is there. If low quality of light is there, then poison noise is another type of noise that is called a short noise. For example, astronomy, the best example of poison noise. Then impulse noise is there. Impulse like uh, particles are introduced in the noise. Then another type of noise is a Rician noise. Generally, Rician noise impart in MRI images, medical images. So rice, why it is called a Rician noise? It just looks like a rice. That's why the name Rician noise or Rician noise. Pronunciations are different as per the human being. These are some pictures I have given here. The astronaut, this is the original image, and when it transfer from source to the destination place, that time some noise due to uh, light or mediums, this noise is introduced in here. Then what we have to do, we have to clear the particular noise and get the original noise here. This is our duty, because we cannot predict here in this. If we receive this particular image at the place or in front of the scientist, he cannot predict what is behind, what is in front of, what is there exactly. So what it's our duty to denoise that particular image and get clear image. Similarly, this type of image, for example, it's a original image, noisy image, and we tried to clear the image. Who is this scientist? No? Albert Einstein. We have taken his image. Okay, and see, first image is a noisy image, that is called a salt paper noise image. Salt paper, why it is called a salt paper? Because only black and white dots are there. Black and white dots are there. That's why salt and pepper is known as that particular noise. And this is a denoise noise. So effect of noise on images what? Reduces sharpness and detail. It is possible, na? When we apply our algorithm or our ideas, that time maybe the sharpness or original details of the original image may reduces or may disturb. Then lower contrast, there may be a such type of introduction in image. Contrast visibility may be disturbed. ये कब होता है? जब हम अपने एल्गोरिदम उस पर, हम अपना आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उस पर अप्लाई करते हैं, तब ये पॉसिबिलिटीज है. Then hinder objects detection and segmentation, affects downstream task. For example, AI classification. So these all are the effects of the noise on image. While doing denoising, we have to consider all those things. All these are the traditional denoising methods: spatial domain, mean filter, median filter, Gaussian filter. All of you, it's known. Limitations क्या है उसके? Blur edges and fine details. Then over smoothing करता है. Over smoothing से क्या होता है? जो ओरिजिनल इमेज है वो भी रफ हो जाती है. So that is called over smoothing. noise type specific, not generalizable, struggle with high noise level. बहुत ज़्यादा 100% अगर noise है, तो then it is very difficult to get a clear image. These are some limitations of traditional methods, because in case of traditional methods, it is very difficult to identify which is a original image. So identification of original image cannot be done in traditional methods. That's why what is noise and what is original image, it is very difficult to detect. So that's why we have to use artificial intelligence now. And whenever we have to use artificial intelligence, we have to look towards the mathematical model of the particular project or particular object, or while implementing our objectives. So why we have to use AI based denoising? Learn complex noise pattern from data. AI based denoising, it automatically learns complex noise pattern from data. Then preserve edges and texture, जो कि last traditional methods में ये नहीं होता था. Then adaptive to various noise types. See, we have seen 3-4 types of noise right now, but lot many noise types are there. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ही अगर हम कर रहे हैं, तो उसने नॉइज कौन सा है वो ऑटोमेटिक डिटेक्ट करना चाहिए, राइट? ऑटोमेटिक डिटेक्ट करना चाहिए. So that's why adaptive to various noise types and level. Level means what? कितना परसेंट नॉइज उसमें है, that is the level in percentage. End to end learning and state of art performance means हमको जो चाहिए वही आउटपुट मिलना चाहिए, that is important. So recent models we are using transformers, diffusion models and GANs. A GAN model is used as an artificial intelligence. In early days, neural networks were used. Deep learning we used for this type of projects. These are some examples where we used artificial intelligence. Here we have given noisy image, used neural network which maps noisy, and then clear the image. Clear image is here. Before versus after, see the comparison. When we use artificial intelligence. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बहुत धक्कादायक प्रक्रिया नहीं है. यू कैन इजीली अडॉप्ट इट. यू कैन क्रिएट योर ओन एप्लीकेशन. चैट जीपीटी, व्हाट इज चैट जीपीटी? चैट जीपीटी क्या है? ये एक एप्लीकेशन है ना. ये किसने तो भी तैयार किया हुआ ही है ना, अपने आप तो तैयार नहीं हुआ. सिर्फ क्या किया है, उसको मोल्ड किया आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. क्या करता है? जो भी आप क्वेश्चंस करते हो रिलेटेड टू दैट डेटा कलेक्ट करता है सोर्स से. So when you have to get your application using artificial intelligence, you have to correlate your project for searching engines. You have to collect your data. You have to manipulate your data. So here see the comparison. All these are the AI based denoising methods, and here comparison is given. Dramatic improvement in clarity. This is medical imaging, medical image. All these are the AI denoising patterns. How it works. You yourself can create application by using the criteria. These are the examples, before and after. CNS based denoising. I think already you know all those things. CNN, deep learning concept. See, this is a recent UNet architecture used in artificial intelligence for denoising the data. Here use the encoder and decoder. What is new? Tell me what is new. आप बहुत बोलते हैं कि आर्टिफिशियल क्या है, ये है वो है. अब नया क्या है ये आप मुझे. Here used encoder decoder already हम यूज करते थे. देन पिक्सल लेवल टास्क, एक्सेलेंट फॉर पिक्सल लेवल टास्क. हम पिक्सल लेवल टास्क यूज करते थे. देन वाइडली यूज फॉर मेडिकल इमेज डिनोइजिंग. ये ऑलरेडी होता था, सिर्फ उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट किया है. KN बेस्ट डिनोइजिंग. प्रोड्यूस क्लीन इमेज. जनरेटर का मतलब क्या है? इट जनरेट्स क्लीन इमेज. अपना इलेक्ट्रिकल वाला जनरेटर नहीं. देन डिस्क्रिमिनेटर. Discriminator means what? It distinguish real versus fake. Fake क्या है और real क्या है? Result more realistic texture. Generally it use texture images. This is useful for GAN. GAN system is a artificial intelligence based system and used generally to remove or denoise texture based images. Unsupervised or blind denoising. Here no paired clean data needed. This is a very good or best advantage of this blind denoising. It don't require clean data. And noise to noise, train on noisy pairs. Then single noisy image and deep image network as a regularizer. So these are the features of blind denoising. ये एक एक टॉपिक पे मैं आप 7-7 दिन का लेक्चर लेके एक्सपर्टाइज कर सकता हूँ. ये बहुत ही रिसेंट एंड डीप लर्निंग टॉपिक्स है. हैंड्स ऑन ट्रेनिंग के बगैर हमको समझ में नहीं आता. जब तक आप खुद नहीं करोगे, इट इज़ वेरी इम्पॉसिबल टू लर्न और अंडरस्टैंड द टॉपिक. मैं भी डायरेक्ट एप्लीकेशन. All these are the AI advantages. There are pros and cons. This is AI architecture for noise reduction. All these are the training methodologies, because you have to train your data by using database. Preparation is the first. When you have to develop your own application using AI, you have to prepare your database. Obviously. Then network architecture selection, then less function selection. Then you have to optimize the particular data. Then validate भी करना पड़ेगा उसको. Without validation it is not possible. And at the last you have to test it. tools and online resources you can use to develop your ideas. See, one idea I will I particular selection process or the gateway may be like that. You can use input image as a gray color image or color image. Basically, gray color image less colors than the color image. Basic colors are red, green, and blue, and in combination, you can create various colors. Check whether the image is already degraded. Degraded means noisy. और filter करना है unwanted pattern को filter करना है unwanted pixel को filter करना है. You can use 3 by 3 or 5 by 5 matrix. Generally use odd type of matrix. Why? 3 by 3 matrix ही use करते हैं, 5 by 5 matrix करते हैं, 9 by 9 matrix, 2 by 2, 4 by 4, 6 by 6 ऐसा मैट्रिक्स हम यूज नहीं करते. Why? क्योंकि ये जो ऑड मैट्रिक्स है 3 by 3, 5 by 5, 9 by 9 में हमको एक सेंटर मिलता है. आप देखिए डॉट्स लगा के देखिए 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 by 3 में हमको एक सेंटर मिलता है. आप 4 by 4 का मैट्रिक्स बनाइए आपको सेंटर नहीं मिलेगा. इसलिए हम मोस्टली वी यूज्ड odd number of filters by 3 or 5 by 5. Then अभी हमारे पास है, हमारे पास इमेज है और इमेज का रिजोल्यूशन वी डोंट नो. इमेज को रिजोल्यूशन रहेगा ना, नंबर ऑफ पिक्सेल्स ऑन हॉरिजॉन्टल, नंबर ऑफ पिक्सल ऑन वर्टिकल लाइंस को मल्टीप्लाई किया तो उसका रिजोल्यूशन मिलता है ना. तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं अभी, नाउ वी आर यूजिंग द पिक्सल, वी आर यूजिंग द filter technology. We have created a matrix, either it is of 3 by 3 or 5 by 5. Now अभी वो मैट्रिक्स राइट कॉर्नर पे रख, ठीक है, इमेज के राइट कॉर्नर पे रखे उसको पूरा हॉरिजॉन्टली स्कैन पर्टिकुलर मैट्रिक्स को. तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं, वी आर कैलकुलेटिंग द डिफरेंसेस, we are calculating the differences. So now difference we are calculating using ix minus iy. Just an example, x minus y. X means what? Horizontal. Y means what? Vertical. Okay, we are creating a mathematical model here, because without mathematical model it is impossible to develop application in artificial intelligence. Done. अभी हमको क्या करना पड़ेगा, ये पूरा काट लेफ्ट वाला कॉर्नर से लेके तो राइट वाले कॉर्नर तक हमारा मैट्रिक्स हमने स्कैन कर लिया, डिफरेंसेस कैलकुलेट. ठीक है, अभी उसका रैंकिंग करना है हमको, उसका रैंकिंग करना है. रैंकिंग करते वक्त हमको क्या करना है, एब्सोल्यूट डिफरेंसेस कैलकुलेट करना है, एब्सोल्यूट डिफरेंसेस कैलकुलेट करना है. तो इसलिए हमने उसको बोला रोड, रैंक ऑर्डर डिफरेंसेस. तो वो क्या कैसे किया है हमने, रोड कैलकुलेट किया है हमने, समेशन ऑफ ऑल द जो भी अभी हम कैलकुलेट किए थे उस सारे के सारे डिफरेंसेस का समेशन किया है एंड वेटिंग फंक्शन जनरेट किया है. वेटिंग फंक्शन क्यों जनरेट किया है कि डिफरेंसेस कैलकुलेट करने के बाद जो मतलब डिस्टर्ब हुआ जो पिक्सेल है वो पिक्सेल की ओरिजिनल वैल्यू हम वेट पिक्सेल करके निकाल रहे हैं एंड दैट वेट पिक्सेल की जो वैल्यू निकल रही है दैट इज टू बी इम्पोज टू ऑन द पर्टिकुलर पिक्सेल. तो समझ में आ रहा है क्या कर रहे हैं तुम. तो हम डिस्टर्ब पिक्सल के वैल्यू पे हम ओवरराइट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। तो हमको वो उसकी ओरिजिनल पिक्सल वैल्यू मिल रही है। तो हम ऐसा रैंक ऑर्डर, मतलब अभी ये लीना इमेज है, इतने वैल्यूज क्रिएट हो गए यहाँ पे। बाद में हम बड़ी इमेज है तो ये इतने वैल्यूज क्रिएट हो गए। उसके बाद जनरेट न्यू वेटिंग फंक्शन, हम अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, एक्स और वाई, एक्स और वाई ऐसे दोनों वेटिंग फंक्शन क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। डन। नेक्स्ट, इम्पल्सिव वेट, जिसको हमने डब्ल्यू आई यानी इम्पल्सिव वेट, इम्पल्सिव वेट क्यों बोला है, क्योंकि वी आर लुकिंग टुवर्ड्स इम्पल्स पिक्सेल। अगर हम रेशियन नॉइज के लिए कर रहे हैं तो रेशियन वेट क्रिएट किया होता। तो इम्पल्सिव वेट हम कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं बाय यूजिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर मैथमेटिक्स एंड देन जब इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है, ये मैंने किया है इम्प्लीमेंट, इसलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ। इट इज़ ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंटेड एंड वर्किंग इन योर इसरो का जो नागपुर सेंटर है, इसरो का जो नागपुर सेंटर है ना, जो स्पेस से इमेजेस आते हैं, और वो स्पेस इमेजेस में जो लाइटनिंग के कारण या वेदर इफेक्ट्स के कारण में जब वो ट्रांसफ़र होता है तो नॉइज ये इंट्रोड्यूस होता है। तो उनको लास्ट में जब के पास जो इमेज आती है वो नॉइजी इमेज आती है। तो मेरा एल्गोरिदम वहाँ वर्क हो रहा है, दे आर यूजिंग दिस एल्गोरिदम। तो इस टाइप से क्रिएट करके एक वेट कैलकुलेट किया है एंड डन दैट रिजल्टिंग वेट टू द सेंट्रल पिक्सल, तब वो कर रहा है एंड एट द आउटपुट वी गेट डिनोइज इमेज। तो ये देखो, मैंने ये इतना ऐसा इस टाइप से रैंक ऑर्डर एब्सोल्यूट क्रिएट होते हैं। दिस इज, और उसकी जो इमेज है वो इस टाइप से दिखेगी। तो इसमें देखो आपको क्या दिख रहा है, उसने बॉर्डर्स को क्लियर किया है। बॉर्डर्स जो है, इमेज के जो बॉर्डर्स है वो उसकी वैल्यूज कैलकुलेट की है। तो एक्चुअल ओरिजिनल इमेज हमको मिलने के चांसेस वहाँ पे ज़्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं। एजेस जिसको बोलते हैं, एजेस आर ये एक ओरिजिनल इमेज है, इसमें इतना सारा नॉइज ऐड किया है। तो हमने यहाँ पे कैलकुलेट किया है कि 10% नॉइज है, ठीक है। मेरे एल्गोरिदम में उसने अपने आप कैलकुलेट किया 10% नॉइज है, एंड आफ्टर अप्लाइंग द एल्गोरिदम दैट पर्टिकुलर फिल्टर वी गेट दिस denoise noise. Actually this is exactly same, A is equal to C. कलर इमेज कभी वैसे ही है, यहाँ पे 30% नॉइज है कलर इमेज में, दिस इज डिनॉइज्ड इमेज। तो यहाँ पे आपको ये और ये इमेज सेम दिख रही है, ये ओरिजिनल इमेज है। बायोमेडिकल इमेज जिसको बोलते हैं, बायोलॉजिकल इमेज, बायोलॉजिकल इमेज का नॉइज निकलना बहुत ही तब डिफिकल्ट होता है कि बायोलॉजिकल इमेज किस टाइप से रहती है, समझ में नहीं आता है कि कौन सा डॉट नॉइजी है कौन सा नहीं है। तो उसमें से नॉइज निकलना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है। तो दैट इज ऑल्सो denoised. So that's why this algorithm I given named as universal algorithm. यूनिवर्सल इसीलिए उसको नाम दिया है। ये तो इमेज आप बहुत अच्छे से पहचानते हैं, कौन सी इमेज है ये, अल्ट्रासाउंड इमेज है ना। ये अल्ट्रासाउंड इमेज में अगर डॉक्टर का इस प्रेडिक्शन क्या हो सकता है, डॉक्टर ने अगर प्रेडिक्ट ही नहीं किया तो बहुत कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आ सकते हैं ना। देखिए दिस इज, ये पहली इमेज है, इसमें वेरिएंस है, डन। ये दूसरी इमेज है, हम अभी उसके ऊपर, तब ये इमेज पे हम क्या कर रहे हैं, वी आर यूजिंग अवर एल्गोरिदम, वी गेट this and last we get this। These are all the current trends. Now, future directions, real time on device denoising, रियल इमेज पे denoising होने का प्रिंट निकाल के या जो इमेज है अपने पे डायरेक्ट इमेज आने के बाद हम उसके ऊपर कोई कुछ इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं करेंगे. वाइल डूइंग इमेजिंग should be noiseless image. Then pro shot or universal denoiser. Why we require future directions are universal denoiser. Universal denoiser means what? What type of noise it may be. That is to be clear. That is to be denoised. That's why it is called universal. Then integration with image generation. Image integrate होनी चाहिए. Generated image integrate होनी चाहिए. Ethical consideration. Ethical consideration मतलब जो भी हम बना रहे हैं फ्यूचर डायरेक्शन क्या है वो एथिकली होनी चाहिए. वी आर एट कंक्लूजन. बहुत फास्ट गया हूँ, घंटा अपन लेट. कंक्लूजन पे आए हैं हम. नॉइजिंग करोगे आप लोग, एआई का यूज करके इमेज डिनॉइजिंग पे काम करोगे. बहुत स्कोप है इसको, खास करके इसरो में बहुत स्कोप है. मेरा एक सही में मेरा एक एल्गोरिदम नागपुर सेंटर पे वर्क हो रहा है. दिस इज पेटेंटाइज्ड प्रोडक्ट है, काम पे पेटेंट है और वो अभी वर्क हो रहा है. देन सुपीरियर टू ट्रेडिशनल जितने भी मेथड्स है सब लगा दिया. आप जो इमेज प्रोसेसिंग का किताब आप पढ़िए, सारे में बहुत सारे फिल्टर्स है. पढ़ा होगा ना आपने, बहुत सारे किताब है, जितने भी फिल्टर्स है उसको चैलेंज करके नया एल्गोरिदम इम्प्लीमेंट किया हुआ है. दैट्स वाई कॉल्ड सुपीरियर. इनेबल्स न्यू पॉसिबिलिटी इन लो क्वालिटी इमेजिंग. इतनी भी लो क्वालिटी इमेज रहे, मेरा एल्गोरिदम 100% वर्क करता है और उसको हाई क्वालिटी इमेज में ट्रांसफ़र करता है. एंड ऑन गोइंग रैपिड एडवांसमेंट्स. ये ऑन गोइंग रैपिड एडवांसमेंट का मतलब क्या हो गया? अभी अभी सेकेंड वाला जो इसरो का प्रोजेक्ट था वो फेल हुआ था. है? अभी लेटेस्ट प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो सक्सेसफुल हुआ, उसके पहले वाला फेल हुआ था. तो उसके इमेजेस जो है वो उनको प्रॉपर इमेज नहीं मिले. वो जब लैंड हुआ, लैंड होने के बाद जो का ओरिजिनल यूनिट बाहर निकाला गया, तो वो यूनिट ना हॉरिजॉन्टल डायरेक्शन में ट्रैवल कर रहा था ना वर्टिकल डायरेक्शन में ट्रैवल कर रहा था. तो उनके जो एक्चुअल फोटोग्राफी है वो मिल नहीं रही थी. वंस अगर वो एक्चुअल फोटोग्राफी मिल रही थी तो 100%, 101% जमीन से ही उसको वहाँ पे चलाया गया रहता. दैट्स वाई वो एक रैपिड एडवांसमेंट चैलेंज है जो कि पूरा हुआ और नेक्स्ट टाइम वो सक्सेसफुल हुए हैं. आई कैन से कि मुझे पता है लेक्चरर्स लोगों को एक बहुत बड़ी तकलीफ. सुनाना बहुत आसान होता है और कठिन होता है. वो नज़रअंदाज मतलब नहीं कर सकता था मैं. स्टूडेंट्स बेचारे ठीक है, उनको तो सुनना ही है. यस सर.
Thank you. The session was useful. He's saying, I think more clarity about just to get a proper, useful interpretation. Goes wrong, it is dangerous. You understand? As a student, I want to understand. Greatly rely on GPT, generated, trained, trainer. GPT, that GPT.
ChatGPT.
We look upon it as if it is a god. You reasonably accurate information.
No, cannot get.
We expect it. I'm not saying it will not. Not give. That is what you are telling. Despite all intelligence, which is after all artificial.
It collect false information as well as real, whatever the information.
But some of the basics also so fundamentally wrong.
See, it's very difficult know whether the information given by ChatGPT to us for our question. Sir, please take your seat. For our question is 100% correct or 90% correct or 50% correct. It is very difficult. What GPT or ChatGPT does, when we ask any problem or any question, we just choose all the words we have written there. He imagine what we are asking and searches for every engines, like गूगल का जो डेटा है, गूगल पे जितना भी डेटा है उसके लिए सर्च करेगा. जितने भी सर्च इंजिन्स होंगे सभी के साथ वो डेटा इंटरप्रेट करने की कोशिश करेगा एंड देन वो क्या करता है, उस सभी को फिल्टर करता है. फिल्टर कहाँ पे करता है? अपन जो वर्डिंग करते हैं, हम जो वर्डिंग करते हैं, क्वेश्चन लिखा है उस पे वो वर्डिंग के अनुसार वो दैट फिल्टर्स द डेटा, दैट इज हम यहाँ पे फिल्टर कर रहे हैं, उसके हिसाब से वो नॉइज कंसीडर करता है. ये नहीं होना चाहिए. नॉइज का मतलब क्या है? अनवांटेड, समथिंग अनवांटेड, वो नहीं होना चाहिए. तो ऐसा फिल्टर करके अपने पास देता है. पर इट डज नॉट मीन दैट कि जो डेटा दिया है वो करेक्ट है या नहीं है. वो तो हमको खुद को देखना है कि वेदर इट इज़ करेक्ट और रॉन्ग. बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन जो है हम MCQs निकालते हैं तो बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन के आंसर्स गलत रहते हैं. तो वो क्या है, वो तो प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा है ना. वो उसकी इंटेलिजेंस ही क्या है? चैट जीपीटी में जो उसने प्रोग्राम किया हुआ है, जो डेटा इंटरप्रिटेशन किया हुआ है, तो एक एप्लीकेशन है. आप वो चैट जीपीटी का भी एप्लीकेशन, सुपेरियर एप्लीकेशन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं सो दैट आपको जो डेटा मिलेगा वो 100% करेक्ट डेटा मिले. तो ऐसा अभी तक जो भी है वो सर्च इंजन के थ्रू ही कर रहा है. और गूगल पे तो इतना फॉल्स डेटा रहता है, बहुत सारा डेटा फॉल्स होता है. वो भी तो उसको सर्च करके एज ए इनपुट लेता है ना. दैट इज द डिसएडवांटेज ऑफ चैट जीपीटी. एस्ट्रोलॉजी, अभी आप चैट जीपीटी से खुद का भविष्य भी देख, आपने देखा है? देख लो. आपको किसी ज्योतिष्य के पास जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. वो खुद आपकी डेट ऑफ बर्थ ये वो सब डाल दो तो सब प्रेडिक्ट करता. ऊपर से आपको क्वेश्चन भी पूछता, आपको ये चाहिए क्या करके, है ना. तो एक्चुअली व्हाट मतलब वो एस्ट्रोनॉमी एक चैट जीपीटी का आर्ट है. तब चैट जीपीटी अलोन इज हैविंग टू मेनी एप्लीकेशंस. एक वो एप्लीकेशन में एस्ट्रोलॉजी करके एक ऐप है उसमें. अब AI चैट जीपीटी आप आपके मोबाइल पे डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं. वो एप्लीकेशन है एस्ट्रोलॉजी का. अब आप सोचिए आपके बारे में वो 100 मतलब जो जो बता रहा है वो इंफॉर्मेशन ले कहाँ से रहा है? गूगल से ले रहा है। अब गूगल से भी कहा, गूगल से ही नहीं तो ये जो एस्ट्रोलॉजी का कहीं तो भी सर्च इंजन होगा तो वहां से ले रहा है वो। वहां क्या होगा, वहां एल्गोरिदम्स होंगे, वहां डेटा होगा, है ना। वो डेटा को इंटरप्रेट करके वो आपके बारे में बता रहे हैं। ही डोंट नो दैट एस्ट्रोलॉजी जी चैट जीपीटी हु आर यू, ने तो आपको देखा भी नहीं है। तो आपका आपने जो वर्डिंग डाले हैं, डेट ऑफ बर्थ, डेट ऑफ प्लेस एंड टाइम, ये तीन चीजों पे ही वो वर्क कर रहा है ना। अब सेम डेट सेम टाइम सेम प्लेस पे दो लोग अगर होगा, मतलब दो लोगों ने बर्थ लिया होगा, दोनों का सही में सेम चलता है क्या? नहीं चलता है। वाई? मे बी देर इज अ टाइम डिफरेंस, सेकंड का टाइम डिफरेंस हो सकता है, ऑब्वियसली ना। वो सेकंड कौन कैलकुलेट कर रहा है?
I get an answer A, but I know what is the right answer. I already know what is the right answer because I have struggled hard to find the right answer with wrong answer. Then I tell him back, can it not be this? Because I find the answer to be the right one. It says sorry or right. Why I am telling you this? If it is able to find the right answer and realize that it's wrong, why it could not find it out in the first place? Why should it increase my blood pressure and start doubting my professor? Hey, he is wrong. मेरा professor ने गलत बोल दिया. That is a misunderstanding. It competent or capable of not art, then not intelligent. Borrowed brain then.
Right problem. और कर दे अपन
वॉर्डमध्ये वेगवेगळ्या
फॉर 5 आलं. 0.5
एकदम ॲक्युरेट
Thank you so much, sir. Your session was very insightful, very informative on denoising and enhancing the image. Thank you so much. On behalf of our college, I express my deep felt gratitude towards your knowledge and expertise. Thank you once again. And now I hand over the further charge to Dr. M.O. Malpani, our IQAC coordinator.
दोन मिनिटामध्ये टेक्निकल सेशन सुरू होत आहे. ऑस्ट्रेलियाचे जे चीफ गेस्ट आहेत आपले किंग चेंग झू ते आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन करणार आहेत.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, host. Yeah, the audience, can you hear me? Good.
हॅलो, मी तायडे सरांना
Hello.
विनंती करतो की त्यांनी प्लीज शेअर द सेशन.
Okay.
Respected chief guest, honorable chairperson, distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, faculty members, research scholars, and dear students. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to technical session first of this prestigious international conference on next generation innovations in computer science, AI, and mathematical sciences. We are delighted by your enthusiastic participation and academic presence, which truly enriches this scholarly gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Technical Session 1 focuses on cutting edge technological advancements that align with the vision of Industry 5.0, emphasizing human centric, adaptive, and intelligent system. This session promises valuable insights into the integration of machine learning, wearable safety technologies, and human robot collaboration. It is my privilege to introduce the chairman of technical session. First, Dr. Arvind Taide sir, a distinguished academician and researcher from GS Science, Arts and Commerce College, Khamgaon, District, Buldana. Dr. Taide sir holds a PhD, MPhil, MSc, and MPhil in the computer science and has over 25 years of rich teaching experience at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. His research expertise lies in the areas of image processing and machine learning, and he was awarded his doctoral degree by Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, for his notable work on automated text recognition and language translation. Dr. Taide sir has made significant contributions to academia with 50 plus research publications, several published patents, and numerous textbooks as an author and editor. He has also actively served on various boards of studies and academic committees at university and autonomous institute levels. With his vast academic experience, research excellence, and commitment to higher education, we are honored to have Dr. Arvind Taide sir as the chairman of this technical session 1. So I request Dr. Taide sir to please chair the session. I request Dr. Suralkar sir to welcome and felicitate Dr. Taide sir. Thank you, sir. Now, it's my proud privilege to introduce our invited speaker for this session, Mr. Jing Cheng Zhu, a graduate researcher and machine learning engineer from Melbourne, Australia. He is currently pursuing his Doctor of Philosophy at Deakin University, where he has consistently demonstrated academic excellence, including recognition through prestigious awards for his research performance. Mr. Zhu research interests lie at the intersection of machine learning, wearable technologies, intelligent sensing systems, and human robot collaboration with a strong focus on applications aligned with the vision of Industry 5.0. He has actively contributed to advanced research on wearable safety systems, multimodal data fusion, and adaptive human machine interaction, and has presented his work on international platforms. With his strong technical background and global research exposure, Mr. Zhu brings valuable insights into how intelligent and adaptive technologies can enhance safety and efficiency in modern industrial environments. We are honored to have him with us today and eagerly look forward to his expert talk. Mr. Zhu will delivering his talk on the topic towards proactive and adaptive wearable safety systems for human robot collaboration in Industry 5.0. This topic is extremely relevant in today's industrial ecosystem where ensuring human safety, adaptability, and efficiency in automated environments has become a top priority. We are confident that his insights will broaden our understanding and inspire future research directions. So I welcome you, sir, for this conference. I now invite Mr. Jing Cheng Zhu to kindly begin his presentation. Please, sir.
Thank you, the host. Yeah, I'll just quickly share my slides. Okay. Can you guys hear me good? Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jinchen Xu. I'm a PhD candidate from the School of Information Technology at Deakin University. Today, I'm very glad to share some ideas from my recent work on how wearable technologies can help to create safer and more adaptive collaborations between human and robots in Industry 5.0. In many modern factories, people and robots now share the same workspace. So this creates new opportunities for collaborations, but also challenges and changes what we mean by safety. Okay, my presentation today explores how we can move towards a more proactive and adaptive safety system, one that continuously learn from human conditions and support safer collaborations in real industry environments. Before we begin, let me give you a quick overview of what we'll cover today. So first, we will look at how Industry 5.0 means and how it is changing the way we think about safety. And then we will move to wearable safety system, which what they are, how they work, and how they help people stay safe in industry settings. And after that, we will see how those systems connect with human and robots, so collaboration and the digital twins. And I will share 2 short case studies to make those ideas easier to imagine. And next, I will talk about, take a look at what the current research shows, what challenges still exist, and where the field is heading. And finally, I will wrap up by sharing my own research vision and how it aims to build safer and more adaptive system for people and robots work together. So before we're talking about safety, we need to understand what Industry 5.0 really means. So Industry 4.0 was about automation, that machine doing repetitive works, humans stay back. And Industry 5.0 is different. It brings human back to the center of intelligent manufacturing. It focuses on modality, adaptability, collaboration, and interoperability. In this environment, people and robots share space, exchange data, and coordinate actions. The goal is not just efficiency, but releasing system that can flexibly adapt when people, robots, and environment changes. That's why traditional barrier-based safety is no longer enough. Safety has to be embedded in the collaboration itself, constantly adjusting to both human and robots. What does safety mean in Industry 5.0? Traditionally, safety means barrier, alarms, and emergency stops, so which all designed to separate human from risks. But in Industry 5.0, humans and robots share the same workspace. The system has to adapt as human and robot change together. So our review defines safety as a dynamic, human-centric process built on continuous monitoring, adaptive feedback, and proactive risk management. So safety here now isn't just about reacting to danger anymore. It is about anticipating and adapting before the danger happens. So in the practice, traditional safety system use a fixed threshold, usually apply the same rule or standard for everyone. regardless of who they are. For instance, a heart rate of 120 might mean fatigue for one person, but normal activity for another, based on the health condition and the context. Yet, the system still treat all human as identical, as if we're all like respond, work, and recover the same way. In reality, individual conditions are variable. Those fatigue, stress, body temperature, and emotional states differ from worker to worker, and even from same person across the time. So at the same time, robots are becoming more adaptive and autonomous. So this creates what we describe in our paper as a temporal and individual mismatch. So as static safety rule is not enough to protect dynamic, diverse individuals in real-time environments. That brings up the requirement in current safety system, simply react is not enough. They must learn to adapt to each individual. So now we understand what safety means, and but to understand why this evolution is necessary, we need to look at what workers actually facing on the ground. So this figure from our review shows 4 major categories of industry threats. So they are environmental, operational, physiological, and human machine threats. Let's break them down. The environment threats like heat, humidity, air pollutions, those conditions quietly reduce human performance. Worker might not notice fatigue or stress until it's too late. And operational threats like repetitive strain, awkward postures, or split-second condition failure are now amplified because robots and the worker share the same workspace. Physiological threats such as burnout, anxiety, or cognitive overload are becoming just as critical. Those mental states directly affect reaction speed, decision accuracy, and overall safety. And finally, the human-machine threats like errors in coordination, unsafety distance, or miscommunicate between worker and robots. Those 4 domains are not separate, but interact dynamically. So fatigue increases the chance of physical mistakes, and environmental threats worsen human-robot coordinations. So traditional safety measures like barrier alarms or helmets were built for isolate hazard rather than the interconnected ecosystem. So that's why modern safety must become active. Wearable technologies provide that bridge. Those devices are able to continuously sense, interpret, and respond to changes across 4 different threat domains. So how can wearable technology support all those dimensions of safety? Let's look at the 4 function pillars that make this possible. In our review, we identified 4 function pillars that define most current wearable safety systems. So first, the physiological monitoring. So those devices measures various signs like heart rate, skin temperature, even street-related signs like EDAs. So they detect early sign of fatigue, stress, or overheating before the worker even realize it. And then the second, the environmental detection. Those devices monitor that what's surrounding the worker, like gas concentrations, heat, humidity, or noise. They provide timely environmental information around the worker, help them to against grounded sensory response. And third, the ergonomics assistant. Wearable use motion sensors and exoskeleton to support proper posture, reduce muscle load, and prevent long-term injury caused by repetitive strain. And fourth, the cognitive and visual support. So this use AI glasses and haptic feedback systems. They provide virtual or tactical cues to guide the worker, highlight hazard, or coordinate safety with robots. So just like an extra scene of awareness. Together, those 4 pillars covers full range of safety needs from the worker body and mind to the environment and the interaction with robots. So this is where wearable technology truly transforms safety by bridging all the data stream into one adaptive real-time system. So now we'll talk about the 4 functional pillars of wearable safety. Let's take a closer look at what make a wearable device. So when we talk about wearable device, we refer to a compact intelligent system that can sense, compute, communicate in real time, and being worn on the body. Each wearable device integrates several essential modules that work together as one compact intelligent system. So it begins with a range of sensors, physiological sensors that measures signals such as heart rate and stress, environmental sensors that detect temperature, gas, or humidity, and motion sensors that track posture and activity patterns. Those sensors elements act as device eye and ear, constantly capture both internal and external conditions around the wearer. The collected data is then handled by a microcontroller, so which serves as the device brain. It performs quick onboard processing, filter noise, extract relevant features, and sometimes even run lightweight algorithms for early anomaly detections. So once processed, information is passed to the data transmission unit, which establish wireless communication channels such as Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or LoRa. So through those units, the device can share safety-related data with nearby machines, displays, or even edge systems. And finally, the feedback module is close the loop. When the potential hazard or abnormal state is detected, the device immediately responds, vibrating to alarm the user, flash indicate lights, or activating an audio signal to draw attention. Together, those modules form the foundation of the wearable intelligence, which is a self-contained IoT system that captures sensing, processing, communicating directly on the human body in real time. So now that we've seen what a wearable device is, let's move to understand how those devices actually work with Industry 5.0. On the right, we have a diagram of wearable system. What this diagram shows is not a fixed architecture. It's a conceptual overview of how wearable safety system operating in Industry 5.0. At its core, the wearables act as active sensing node. Those constantly capture information about the worker and their environment. So those data doesn't stay within the device. It moves through different layers of processing, sometimes locally, sometimes through connected machines, or even on the cloud, depending on the situation. The key idea here is the connectivity and the adaptability. Whether the analysis happen on device, at edge, or in cloud platform, the system respond in real time, including adjusting processing, guide workers, or coordinate with robots to maintain safety. In many cases, this happen invisibly. A wearable may detect fatigue. The system cross-check motion data, and before incident occur, the environment or the machine already adjusts. So rather than thinking of safety as grid control structure, Industry 5.0 turn it into a distributed adaptive network, one that connects human, robots, and intelligence into shared decision-making loop. I'd like to briefly touch two extended perspectives. One of the direction in Industry 5.0 is human-robot collaborations, or HRC. In traditional factories, safety often means keeping human and robots apart. But Industry 5.0 change is dynamic. So human and robots now share the same workspace, which means the safety can't rely on the distance. It has to rely on awareness and coordination. Wearable technologies contribute by giving both human and robots a better understanding of each other's state. So for example, motion sensor and position wearables allows robots to anticipate human movement and adjust the trajectory or speed accordingly. Physiological wearables can also indicate fatigue or stress, helping the system to turn timing or workload. In our review, we summarize several studies along those lines, so mostly focusing on the collision avoidance and adaptive robot behaviors. But so far, a large-scale industrial application have not yet been reported. So it shows the potential of wearable devices being soft interface between human and robots, not just detecting danger, but supporting collaborative intelligence in shared workspace. And if you are from manufacturing, you might be already familiar with digital twins. So where virtual model mirror machines or system in real time. The human digital twin applies the same principle to people. It's a virtual representation of the worker built and continuously updates using data from wearable sensors. Physiological signals, motion patterns, even cognitive and behavior indicators. So this creates the possibility for predictive safety management. The system can simulate fatigue buildup, stress responses, or ergonomic strains, and anticipate risk before an incident occurs. So current HDT is presented not as application, but as an research vision, emerging from work that combined wearable AI and simulation modelings. So while not fully implemented have been reported yet, the human digital twin represents the next stage of the wearable safety. So moving from reactive and adaptive system towards predictive and personalized safety. So now I'd like to share 2 case studies. Here's the first one. It is related to human-robot collaboration. This figure comes from a real autonomous assembly case deployed by the laboratory for manufacturing system at the University of Petras in Greece. The goal of this system was to allow human and high payload robots to work together safely in the same space without physical barriers. So here, the task is the robot arm need to assist the worker with lifting and positioning heavy parts such as vehicle door. On the left side of the figure, we see the system use HRC safety logic, including safety-related stops, speed, and separation monitoring, as well as the dynamic safety zones. So those functions allow the robot to slow down or stop automatically when the worker moved closer. On the right, we can see a multimodal interaction pipeline. The operator communicates with the robot using several methods, like a gesture, voice recognitions, wearable sensors, and the virtual clues. Also, the operator can guide the robot manually, use a contactless gesture system. The result of this study was quite impressive. The cooperative workstation reduced ergonomic strain on workers by more than 90% while maintaining the same production efficiency. And here's another case study related to human digital twin. This figure shows a real example of how wearable sensors can help us understand and improve human safety at work. This study was carried out by Oken and colleagues. The person in the picture is performing a simple manual assembly task, which is lifting and holding small weights while wearing two kind of wearable sensors. First one is the motion sensor, which capture the movements of the arm and torso. And the second is the muscle sensor, which measures how much effort the worker is using. The system collects this signal in real time and builds a digital model of the worker body. So, which we can see on the right side of the figure. So every second, the digital model updates the posture and change the color on each body part according to the level of strain. So green means the posture is safe. Yellow indicates the moderate stress, and red shows a muscle group is under high load and might lead to fatigue or injury if held for too long. The key point here is that the system is not only recording motion data, it also interprets what the data mean and the reasons about the situation by combining information about posture, duration, and muscle effort. This system can recognize when a worker is closer to unsafety conditions. So within only a few seconds, it detects the rise in strain on the arm and send feedback signal through wearable band. This can be a small vibration or virtual alarm to remind the worker to rest or adjust posture. This system achieved around 20% higher accuracy in recognizing unsafety postures compared with the traditional manual method. It was able to detect fatigue and overload in real time and provide immediate feedback through the wearable interfaces. Okay. So what we just saw with the human digital twin is more than a single concept. It represents a shift of how we think about safety itself. In Industry 5.0, safety is no longer a reaction to accidents nor one-way process of decision-making and worrying. It becomes a predictive and collaborative system which can learn from data, understand human conditions, and coordinate between human robots and intelligent environments. In this emerging model, safety is distributed, data-driven, and continuously adaptive. It anticipates risk before it happens and allow human and robots to share responsibility for maintaining the safety of operations. Yet, as promising as this vision sounds, the reality is still fragmented. So most systems today remain reactive or limited to small-scale experiments. So before we can reach predictive and collaborative safety, we need to understand where the current research stands and what gap still prevent this vision from becoming practical. At this point, we have a clear vision of what predictive and collaborative safety could look like. A system that where wearables, robots, intelligent platform work together, learn from human data, prevent risk before they happen. But when we look at the current state of research, the reality is quite far from this vision. So most of wearable safety systems today are still prototypes. They collect data, display information, and sometimes give warnings, but they do not yet connect to other devices or make real-time decisions. When we review the literature, we found many studies remain fragmented. Each system focuses on specific function, such as tracking fatigue or postures, but rarely connect its data to a larger safety network. In other words, we have many small solutions, but they do not yet work together as one. We also noticed that many of these systems are still reactive. They respond only after something unusual happens, instead of predicting and preventing problem in advance. And even when predictions is attempted, most of the systems still lack real-time performance. They rely on offline analysis or cloud processing, which limits their ability to act quickly when safety condition changes. So from those observations, 3 questions become important. The first question is, where are we now? What kind of functions and capabilities do current wearable systems actually achieve in practice? And second question is, what is missing? Which aspect of predictive or collaborative system was still not being addressed? And third question is how we can close the gap. So what kind of technical research directions could move us closer to the system that are real-time, connected, and adaptive? Our review identified several key challenges in each of those areas. So current systems still need stronger real-time capabilities, better integration across different devices and platforms, and smarter adaptive models that can learn from individual users. We summarize the current research on wearable safety systems in terms of both technical maturity and practical deployment. The horizontal axis represents technical maturity, which describe how developed the system technical components are, from early conceptual model on the left to more advanced integrated solution on the right. The vertical axis shows method deployment, which reflect how much this method have been tested and validated in real-world environments. So each dot on this map represents one paper reviewed in our study. The detail of those papers can be found in my review, where every point represents to a specific reference. To make this easier to follow, I will just briefly describe the general area they represent instead of going into individual studies. The studies that appear in the upper right corner are both technical mature and practical deployed, which include examples such as autonomous human-robot collaboration system, where wearables and sensors are already integrated into real assembly process. In contrast, the lower left corner represents more conceptual or theoretical works. So those papers often propose architectures or algorithms for adaptive safety, but they have not yet been demonstrated beyond simulation or lab testing. So from those results, we can draw a few key insights. First, the current systems rely heavily on the human in the loop control, meaning the humans still provide much of the decision making and supervision. And second, there are gaps in real-time actions. So system can sense problem, but often cannot respond autonomically. And third, the adaptive intelligence is common, but rarely includes personalizations or explainability, so which are essential for trust and practical use. And finally, the collaborative intelligence remains weak, especially when multiple robots and distributed systems need to coordinate with human workers. The next gen of wearable safety system is moving beyond monitoring and towards adaptive decision making rather than only detecting risks. Future systems will be able to reason about context and take preventive actions. So we also see the strong shift towards edge cloud collaborations. So where a part of the intelligence runs locally and on device or at the edge, which will enabling faster and more reliable safety responses, while the cloud headless coordinates and long-term learning. At this time, there's a growth emphasize on human-centered and explainable interactions. Workers need systems they can understand and trust. And safety feedback must become more transparent, supporting rather than replacing human judgments. And those technologies move closer to real-world deployment. Software reliability and interoperability are becoming essential as well. Safety system will need to meet the same assurance standards as other industrial control systems. And finally, the field is evolving towards personalized and continuous learning, so which each system adapts to individual user and changing conditions over time. So this step will allow safety intelligence become not just reactive or adaptive, but truly personalized. And finally, at the end of today's talk, I would like to briefly share what I'm exploring in my research. My research work look at how wearable system can learn and adapt continuously to each user. So even when we only have limited label data, so as we have seen from previous studies, most models are static. They are trained once on large population data, then deployed without considering that human behavior and physiological response can change. So those changes is what we call concept drift. So which happen naturally with fatigue, health conditions, or environmental differences. My research exploring the learning framework itself, I approach this problem through active learning. It is a method that allows the system to identify new patterns and send requests to learn and update itself. So instead of constant retrain in the cloud, the model at edge, monitoring data stream in the real time. For example, when a worker's physiological baseline shifts due to stress, the AI model selectively queries for new information, retrains locally, and updates its decision-making strategies. So this process gives the wearable system a form of self-awareness. It can adapt autonomously to each user, evolving safety patterns while keeping low latency and data privacy. And here the reference for today. Thank you very much for your time and attention. My work continues to explore how wearable technologies can make human-robot collaboration safer, smarter, and more human-centered. I'm looking forward to your questions and thoughts, and as well as I'm also open to collaborations or decisions. So with anyone interested in adaptive safety or wearable AI research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now the topic is open for discussion. If anybody have any questions, please ask. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhu, for such an informative, thought-provoking, and technically enriching presentation. Your talk has certainly added great value to this conference and has opened new perspectives for researchers and industry professionals alike. I am again thankful to the chairman of this technical session, Dr. Taide sir, for chairing the session and spend valuable time with us.
Thank you.
Taide sir. With this, we conclude the technical session first. We will now proceed for the lunch break. Kindly be seated back in the hall at okay. Now I will hand over mic to Dr. Varade madam for the technical session 2.
Hello.
Swagatam, Suswagatam, Shubha Swagatam. Good afternoon once again. Warm welcome to myself, Dr. Nisha Varade, and it gives me immense pleasure to extend a hearty welcome to all of you on behalf of the organizing team and the entire fraternity of Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola, in this 2 days international interdisciplinary conference on next generation innovations in computer science, AI, and mathematical sciences in hybrid mode, sponsored by Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan 3.0. Dear delegates, we are now heading towards the second technical session, and for this technical session, we are very honored to have two very extremely renowned personalities, Dr. Mude sir as the chairperson and Mr. Ashish Manchanda as a resource person with us. I welcome all the dignitaries, researchers, delegates, and teachers in this second technical session. First of all, may I request Honorable Lakshmidhar Mude sir to please grace the session by accepting the chairmanship. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Mude sir. Dr. Lakshmidhar Mude sir is Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science in Jagdamba College, Achalpur, Amravati. He did his master's in computer application and PhD in computer science. His doctoral research was on performance analysis of decision model based open source software with reference to reliability. His area of specialization is open source software. He has 32 years of teaching experience and 16 years of research experience. He has published 10 books and 16 research papers in journals of national and international repute, and has attended 12 international conferences and 14 national conferences. He has worked on various committees like CAS Promotion Committee and Subject Examination Committee of SEC CPS of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. He is a member of many professional bodies like life member of NUTA, Nagpur University Teachers Association, and is a president of Achalpur Taluka. He organized Computer Science Study Forum and is a joint secretary of Amravati University Computer Science Teachers Association. We are extremely grateful to have Dr. Mude sir as the chairperson for this technical session, and to welcome and felicitate him, may I now request Dr. Dipti Petkar ma'am, convener of this conference, to do the honor. Thank you, sir. Now I take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished resource person, Mr. Ashish Manchanda, sir. Mr. Ashish Manchanda did his Bachelor's of Software Engineering honors from Deakin University, Melbourne, Australia. He had developed expertise in web and application development, backend server management, remote management in Azure, system program, software and data engineering, and full stack development. Throughout his project experience, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership and teamwork skills with the ability to develop strong relationships. He has received the Global Citizenship Award at Deakin University, which recognizes individuals who have shown excellent people skill, communication skills, and the ability to work in teams globally. With a passion for technology and a desire to contribute to the industry, he is excited to bring his skills and experience to a challenging role where he can continue and contribute to learn and grow. He has worked as software developer at Peacock Bros, Melbourne, academic TA at Deakin University, Melbourne, SEBE peer mentor at Deakin University, Melbourne, full stack developer at Cookerbook, Melbourne, technical team member at Deakin Freelance Hub, Melbourne, and is presently working as data scientist in Melbourne, Australia. He has developed various professional skills like MongoDB, machine learning, JavaScript, React, Noble.js, Docker, cloud computing, GIT, SQL, and Python. He has on his record different certifications and publications like Azure Fundamentals, Security Fundamentals, and AI Fundamentals Melbourne, and has published academic papers in both IEEE and PIDP journals showcasing expertise in the field. Has designed and developed a mask brace using a 3D printer and integrated it with IoT sensors using sensor fusion and motors. I am now seizing this moment to orally welcome Mr. Ashish Sir on behalf of the organizing team and our college. Welcome, sir. I request Honorable Ashish Manchanda Sir for his guidance on the topic Context-Aware IoT Applications. Mr. Ashish, sir.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I will start sharing my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. And special thanks to Nisha ma'am for giving me this opportunity for showcasing my skills and research that I'm currently doing within Swinburne as a graduate PhD. So I'm in my final year of my PhD writing out my thesis. So I will discuss about my research topic, which is adaptive edge context caching framework for context-aware mobile IoT applications. So thank you for joining this session and in this research in this presentation on adaptive context caching. So this has been supported by Australian Research Council as a part of a discovery project grant. I would like to give some credit to my supervisors as well, Professor Prem Prakash Charam and Dr. Abhik Banerjee and Professor Kadi, who has provided me immense knowledge and opportunities to grow more in the field. Okay, so let's start on to what is context. So we live in an era where IoT is experiencing explosive growth. Like there are over 75 billion connected devices, which are expected to be in 2026. So these devices, they generate massive amount of data every second. But the raw data alone isn't sufficient. So these devices, they what we need is a context. So context is basically a situational information that helps us understand what data means in a given situation. For example, if we know the temperature is 35 degrees Celsius, that's a data. But understanding its form of data, like for example, it's at 2 a.m. when cooling failed, that becomes the context, which requires immediate action. So our research addresses how to efficiently cache and serve this highly dynamic context information to mobile IoT applications with real-time requirements. So, for example, over like if there is a failure during the night and temperature reaches to 35 degrees Celsius, it would address the IoT applications that we need to turn on the generator so that we can have AC turned on. Right. So this is basically what we're going to be looking into. So what exactly context is? According to Aninde, who is the main person that comes up with the definition of context, is that any information that can be used to characterize the situation of an entity. Entity can be a person, a place, or object. And context, it encompasses four key dimensions, which is location, that where is the entity, time, when it is occurring, environment, surrounding conditions like temperature, lightning, or noise, and activity, what is the user or system doing. So if we consider a smart home example, without context, light sensor shows 50 lux and temperature 22 degrees Celsius. It's just a raw data. But with context understanding, we can say it's 7 p.m. Residents just arrived home after work and it's winter, and the system intelligently adjusts the lighting to warm tone, which raises the temperature to 24 degrees Celsius, playing some evening music. So that becomes the context. Now, this is the fundamental value where we can say that context transforms raw IoT data into actionable, intelligent, and insights for IoT applications. So it's the difference between data and insight, information and action. So this transformation is critical for our upcoming IoT applications. Now, what is this concept context and how it is being utilized in the IoT application? So in order to use the context, there are some new IoT applications which are being introduced, which uses context as its primary source of data, and those IoT applications are called context-aware IoT applications. So let's examine those 4 domains where context-aware computing makes transformative impact. So first domain is in autonomous vehicles. So this is going to be my motivating scenario for the rest of the presentation. So in that motivating scenario, self-driving cars, they need awareness of constantly changing the road conditions. So they can't solely rely on onboard sensors with limited range. So we need such systems, such environments, such context-aware systems that can let the vehicles share information, creating collective awareness. So one vehicle detecting construction alerts, other before they see it. Another domain we can use context-aware IoT applications is in healthcare monitoring, smart cities, and industrial IoT. So all of these share the same requirement, which is we need to have a fresh, relevant context information with minimum latency. That's where the challenges begin. Okay. Now, we already talked about a brief overview of IoT. So in terms of more background in the IoT landscape, so IoT is basically a network of connected physical objects and devices, sensors that enable them to collect and share the data and driving increased efficiency across industries. So the fundamental aim is to have pervasive, ubiquitous, and ambient computing, which is creating seamless computing environments where devices integrate into physical world, operating autonomously without constant human intervention. So there are some challenges which emerge from using such vast variety of data, which is data transiency, because IoT data, it changes rapidly and unpredictably, and traffic conditions shift in seconds. Similarly, we can say like interoperability is also one of the biggest challenge for IoT, because with billions of IoT devices of thousands of manufacturers with different protocols and formats, how do we ensure that there is a seamless operation? So how does a smart thermostat from company A works with the sensors from company B and controls from company C? So interoperability is the biggest challenge that is being faced by IoT in the current dimension. Third challenge is device management and compliance. So how do we securely manage billions of devices and handle updates, patches, the privacy regulations across massive heterogeneous data? And the last is time limit, the transiency. So all of this can be saved using caching, which is partially elevates these challenges, but isn't very comprehensive for context, because context is not just a data; it's a collection of multiple data. Because it is inferred, it is aggregated and combined together from multiple sources. So this is where a new term, which is context management platform, comes into the picture. So we have a difference between traditional IoT data silos and the context management platform. So context management platforms are basically these are the cloud platforms where we have context providers, context consumers, and the CMPs. So context providers are basically IoT applications that provides the context to CMP, and context consumers are the applications which require context for their daily use. Now, they cannot share the context information directly from consumer to providers, because the context is not just like as IoT data, it is inferred and aggregated. So we require such platforms that can take those multiple IoT data into a sign and then convert it into actual context and then serve it to the consumer. So that's how context management platforms come to the picture. Now, the problem statement that we have is that the main problem is how and where does this problem arises. So the core problem that CMP is facing is the scale and performance challenges. So as the IoT applications grows, CMPs are overwhelmed with context requests because if we have let's say thousand, millions, billions, and trillions IoT applications which are requesting for the context to the context management platform, there will be so many requests. Millions of devices will be making multiple queries per second. So, for example, let's say there is a city of 100,000 vehicles, each querying for the road conditions, traffic hazards every second, every few seconds. And that's hundreds of thousands of queries per second. So the fundamental question over here is how do we efficiently serve the context, meeting the real-time requirements? And many IoT applications, they have this strict latency requirement. So they have their service level agreements with the platforms as well as the consumers. So we target less than 10 milliseconds. Like why 10 milliseconds is because it's a threshold that the users perceive instant response, which is crucial for safety critical applications like autonomous vehicles. So the obvious solution in this case is that we can cache the data within the cloud or within the CMP. Now, caching helps frequently needed context at the edge, which is closer to where it is required, but it can reduce the latency and the server load. This will work well with the traditional content delivery, for example, Netflix, because Netflix uses CDNs and caches the popular movies at the edge servers. But context isn't like any other movie or a web page because context will change rapidly. For example, currently, if the temperature outside is 22 degrees Celsius, it could be 22 degrees Celsius in another hour, or it could be 22.5. It will definitely change. It's not going to remain the same. So that is one of the problem because our context changes rapidly and unpredictably. So if we consider our motivating scenario, which is road work, then highway traffic shifts from free flowing to congested in seconds. And the road constructions may complete ahead of schedule, or there may be some weather changes which will be happening continuously. So the challenge isn't just caching, it involves intelligent adaptive caching. What should we cache and how long to keep it? How often do we refresh it and how to handle the mobile devices which are moving between the edge servers from one edge to another edge. So existing caching solutions, they fail to address these questions. So this is where my research contributions comes in. Now, overall picture says that in order to resolve those challenges, one of so major three challenges for the CMPs are high data volume and velocity, limited network bandwidth, latency, and response time. It can be solved by context caching, but it doesn't have to be the similar traditional IoT data caching techniques which are currently in the state of the art. So this is our motivating scenario, which is we consider that um, there is like there are multiple IoT applications like cameras or sensors throughout the city, which are detecting the roadwork in real time. And when the construction crew set up, sensors detect it, report it to the cloud-based CMP. So the CMP stores this information to serve navigation applications. So the first challenge is when an autonomous vehicle queries the CMP asking if there is any roadwork on my route. So the server takes the time to process, retrieve the context, and send it back. So by the response arrival, the situation might have changed. Work could have been cleared or new work have been started. So this is a data transiency issue. Natural solution would be we can cache this information closer to where it is needed, and for example, smart poles or roadside units near the constructions, such that vehicle passes by quickly during those times. We can quickly cache instead of reaching to the cloud, and this reduces the latency from potentially hundreds of milliseconds to just a few. And second challenge would be there will be multiple vehicles who will be requiring this access. So every vehicle will be sending the queries to the edge, and the caches need synchronization with the central server. So we also require some sort of a mechanism where we can reduce the duplication of efforts and bandwidth consumption. So this scenario help us formulate our major challenges, which is extreme context volatility, massive scale of mobile IoT devices, distributed edge
cache coordination, and traditional approaches will fail because they don't account for these unique context characteristics. Now, the problem over here is edge caching for mobile IoT. So let me formalize this problem. So mobile IoT applications, they need fresh location-specific context like traffic conditions, hazards, environmental data. So we face two critical challenges that existing approaches will fail to address. So the first challenge is extreme volatility variation. So not all the context is equally volatile. Like infrastructure data like road layouts is stable for hours or days, but incidents like accident or sudden traffic jams will change within seconds. Now, traditional caching creates all of the context uniform. So with fixed refresh policies, this can lead to two problems. Either we refresh everything very frequently, or we are wasting massive bandwidth, or we refresh slowly, serving the stale information. So consider this. If we refresh the road infrastructure data every 8 seconds, like we do for incidents, we are wasting 98% of our unnecessary on updates. So conversely, if we refresh the incident data every 8 minutes, like we do for infrastructure, vehicles will be getting dangerously outdated information, right? So we need to come to a conclusion where we can say that whether it has to be refreshed every 8 seconds or 8 minutes, depending upon the scenario as well as the data. Second challenge over here is the mobility induced handoffs because devices, when they cross the edge boundaries every 10 to 60 seconds, depending upon the speed and the deployment density, there is a handoff that occurs from one edge server to another edge server. So each handoff, it risks query drops if the new edge server doesn't have the required context ready. So traditional approaches don't anticipate these transitions. Like there are existing approaches will fail because they treat all the context uniformly. For example, least frequently used, even mobility aware solutions like MobiCache use uniform refresh policies. So they don't understand that context has different volatility characteristics, which require adaptive strategies. This is the core insight of our driving solution. Right. Now, I will like to show this video. Are you guys able to hear the audio? No. Is the audio audible?
No, sir.
Okay. I will just do 1 second.
Lane closures. Traditional systems struggle with such a problem. The smart city.
Is it audible now?
Yes, sir.
Autonomous vehicles, AVs, navigate seamlessly, powered by context-aware ecosystems. Alice, on her way to an important meeting, faces unexpected roadwork causing lane closures. Traditional systems struggle with such surprises, but in case of context-aware IoT application, her AV connects to a context-aware management platform, CMP, aggregating data from nearby sensors, road cameras, and weather stations in real time. The CMP predicts traffic jams and potential lane closures using machine learning, helping the IoT application make proactive decisions. The system prioritizes Alice's need for a fast route, adjusting her path instantly. Meanwhile, a delivery van nearby prioritizes fuel efficiency, choosing a different route. With cached context, the CMP avoids delays from querying multiple data sources, ensuring up-to-date information for all connected vehicles. Each vehicle shares road conditions, improving safety and efficiency for everyone on the road. Context-aware ecosystems optimize AVs, ensuring personalized, real-time navigation in ever-changing city environments.
So that was basically animation video that describes how exactly context-aware IoT applications are being used in the current IoT environments and how context management platforms are helping those context-aware IoT applications to serve the response within time frame and decreasing the latency and the response time. So as you can see over here, there's again one of the example which I would like to show. So if we don't cache the information, we have the CMP. So let's say we have a context consumer, which is an autonomous vehicle. So autonomous vehicle will request the context from the CMP. So that is the number one request. And if the CMP already has that information, we can serve it back to the consumer. So that's a one step. So first step is to request the information. Second is the response. So if CMP already has that information, we can provide it to the consumer. But now let's say if we don't cache this information, then what will happen? So then what will happen is, because CMP is just an aggregator platform which connects with another IoT applications to fetch the data regarding where this particular context consumer is seeking the request from. So we will connect with multiple context providers. So the first request will be from here to here. Now that's request number two. So the request number two will have some response. Again, another request will be going to another set of context providers, and then another request will be going to another set of context providers. So there will be response coming from three different sets of context providers in order to provide a response to the context consumer. So if we cache this information, we can provide the response within one step approach. If we don't cache it, so over here, I have just only shown three different set of providers, but there could be many more as well. So it will be always going to be higher than that. So in this case, it's eight step response. So this is one of the previous work that laid the foundation of edge context caching framework. So this slide is showing our earlier context monitoring framework for CMPs. So you can see here the architecture we developed, showing that CMPs facilitate the real-time data flow between providers and consumers using adaptive caching. So some of the graphs as well that we use to compare it with the state of the art of the caching techniques like LFU, RU, and random. And our approach turns out to be the better in all the different scenarios. So what we measured is a few of the metrics as throughput, cache expire ratio, and hit rate. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the main component architecture structure for our research, that is ECCF core and ECCF nodes with their components. So ECCF is basically our edge context caching framework. So this ECCF is the architecture which shows two different components. One has ECCF core, another one is ECCF node. So ECCF has two-tier design. The ECCF core runs in the cloud. So it's the centralized brain of the system. It maintains all the global context storage, which runs the context variability assessment engine to analyze how different types of context change over time and distributes caching policies to the edge cache nodes. Whereas if we talk about ECCF node, it runs on the edge server. These are the distributed muscles of the system. So each edge node maintains its local cache. It schedules adaptive refresh based on policies from the core and coordinates with neighboring nodes using the gossip protocol. So why this separation? Now, the core has global visibility because it can analyze patterns across the entire system, and the nodes will only have the local responsiveness. So they can serve the queries with minimal latency and adapt quickly to the local conditions. So the hierarchical design combines the centralized intelligence with the distributed execution, which gives us both optimization as well as scalability. Now, let's talk about in a bit more detail that how ECCF overall three-tier system architecture looks like. So if I break down this into three technical innovations in the ECCF's architecture, so the first is our context variability assessment engine, CVAE. Now, this CVAE is the component that performs online estimation and context volatility using multiple distribution modeling, such as gamma distribution. So it continuously observe how frequently different types of context change and adapt the refresh intervals accordingly. So you can see the dramatic range of 8 seconds of incident, 480 seconds of for road infrastructure. So this is a 60 times difference in the refresh rate, which is optimized for actual volatility patterns. Second layer is the local caching value function, LCVF, which is our unified optimization modeling for different factors, which is context variability, that is how often it changes, freshness, which is the current age of the context cached, and the probability of access, which is how much likelihood of the future request will be, and the network cost, which is the bandwidth and latency for updates. So LCVF computes a value score for each context item, guiding decisions on what to cache, when to refresh, and when to evict. And the third one is the gossip-based coordination protocol, which is edge nodes exchange the cache summaries with the peers in peer-to-peer fashion. So this enables mobility-aware prefetching nodes that can anticipate what context incoming vehicles will need. So the beauty is it's a lightweight, which is will only consume less than 2% of the bandwidth overhead and achieves 50 to 60% reduction in the query drops during the hands-off. So this is where the hands-off query will be taken care of when we talk about the edge-based coordination. So these three different tiers will work together, which is CVA tells how volatile each context is, LCVF decide what to cache based upon the factors including volatility, and then the gossip protocol, which will enable the coordination across multiple boundaries of the edge nodes. Now, one of the things which I wanted to show over here is the data collection setup. So we collected all the data of the roadwork using the camera. So we set up these cameras in the car. Um, like, let me just briefly describe this setup. So we deployed this 3D Nerian cameras on the vehicles to capture the real world road conditions in the RGB format. So these cameras detected traffic jams. So I use a YOLO V5 model for collecting the roadworks while driving in multiple areas of Melbourne. So all of these types of dynamic context are used needs to be handled. So why we use the real data? Because context volatility patterns in simulation often don't match the reality. So real traffic incidents have different types of temporal patterns because it could be in the morning, it could be in the afternoon, or it could be in the night. So they appear very distinctly and persist for varying durations, which have clear unpredictability. So real roadwork will follow the construction schedules with human factors. So we needed this realistically volatility pattern to properly validate our approach of ECCF. So we collected the data across different scenarios like traffic jams, varying intensity of the traffic, if there are any accidents or any hazards. So this gives us the volatility distribution, which is required to properly configure and test our gamma distribution modeling, which we used for CVAE setup. Okay, now bit of the information about the related work. So our work, if we have to position our work in against to the related work, so we surveyed multiple objectives of IoT data, like IoT caching, data caching, IoT data caching, and CDNs caching with multiple domains like ICNs, IoT, WSNs, different network architectures with different caching purposes. So we analyzed the parameters which were used in these various techniques and approaches. So for context management, we specifically examined CMPs. So there are already existing CMPs like 5-year, Orion, XI or CIM standard, and earlier research platforms like Cosmos, C4ART, and COAS. So these are some established context management platforms that are already available and open source and can be used for architecture, but didn't apply any of the caching policies. So previous work on the transient IoT data caching, it exists, but it doesn't cover the entire scope of caching the transient context. So the key distinction that we come across is that IoT data is what sensors produce directly, and context is what we derive by processing and aggregating that data. So context has unique characteristics that data-centric approaches miss. So on pure context caching, the work is still limited, and they have they have developed some theoretical framework, but it wasn't implemented or validated at a scale. Some of the researchers have also developed a cost-efficient refreshing strategy for some of the context management platforms, and they have proposed a logical cache structure as well. As you can see, a logical cache structure that either we can cache the whole query that comes from the consumer, or we can only cache the entities that are in those queries, or we can cache the functions which the entities are interested into, or we can just cache the physical context or the context attribute itself. But but neither they have addressed the volatility awareness or mobility specific challenges that is filled by our approach, which is ECCF. Some more related work summary table. So in this, I'll just quickly go over it. So what we looked into is the cache invalidation strategies, which are crucial, but they focus on data freshness, like write frequency, data volatility, like exactly the parameters we need for context. But existing invalidation strategies used fixed policies and non-adaptive volatility patterns. So this inspired our own metrics, which is probability of excess components that we use in LCVF, and a predictive caching, which typically doesn't adapt to volatility awareness. Now, based upon this literature review, we identified four critical gaps that ECCF addresses. So the gap one is the parameter identification. So unlike IoT data, context is inferred, processed, and aggregated with unique characteristics. And current studies, they predominantly apply IoT data parameters to context, but this doesn't capture the context specific characteristics. So we need to identify which parameters are used relevant for context caching, not just the data caching. Second gap is absence of evaluation mechanism. So there is a lack of established rules or mechanisms or metrics for evaluating the context quality in caching purposes. So how do we assess if cached context is still relevant? Is it still enough? Is it still fresh enough? So this gap leads us to develop multi-factor evaluation model, which is local caching value function. Third gap is the prioritization. So context depend upon various other parameters as well, like quality of context, quality of service, timeliness, freshness, service level agreements, providers' reputation, which should be prioritized. So how does a CMP would know that whether these out of so many parameters, which parameters needs to be prioritized? So there is the previous work doesn't provide the clear answers, and the LCBS function, which we have identified, provides a unified optimization which addresses this by combining multiple factors into single value function. The last one is the proactive monitoring, which is the context is transient in nature, but it requires continuous tracking and adaptation. So there is an absence of techniques for proactive monitoring, reactive approaches that responds to the staleness after it occurs, or are too slow for real-time application. So this gap is basically motivating our gossip-based coordination for our edge-based nodes to cache and manage the cache hands off from one node to another node. And also, just to highlight that these gaps aren't just academic, they are practical barriers preventing context management platforms from scaling to millions of mobile IoT devices. And then the research aim of the project is to investigate, propose, implement, and validate an approach to identify, monitor, predict, and prioritize the parameters for context caching in context management platform. This involves developing techniques and models that determines the most relevant contextual information to cache and enhancing operational efficiency of real-time systems. So the proposed solution is we have a context consumers, which will query the context from the context query engine. And then there will be context query parser that will be linked to the context data collector. that again will be linked to many different parameters, which is quality of context, cost of context, quality of service, and context providers will be the one that will be sending the data to the data collector. So we will have a parameter analysis engine, which will look for all the parameters, historical data, and the performance. And then the first system that comes into the place is the context freshness monitoring system, which will look into the freshness of the context, that whether we need to refresh or we need to evict that particular context from the cache. And then it comes the context access probability monitoring engine, which is basically detect the likelihood of the request. So what is the probability of access of request A happening in future? That will be linked to various SLAs. And then we will have our priority assessment module that will tell us which particular context needs to be prioritized and how relevant it is in terms of our caching, in terms of the requests that are being served to the consumers. So all of these are addressing individually three questions or the gaps that we identified earlier. Now we talk about the key contribution. So the contribution first is the volatility aware edge caching framework. So previous approaches either ignored the volatility or handled it uniformly. So ACCF integrates context variability with age of information metrics and adaptive refresh as well. Second contribution is we have a unified optimization model, which is most of the prior work. It optimizes for a single metric, hit ratio, latency, bandwidth, because we have the LCVF function, which combines context variability, freshness, and other parameters into one single value function. And third one is we have a lightweight gossip-based coordination. So previously, mobility-aware solutions, they required centralized coordination with high overhead. So our decentralized gossip protocol achieves it less than 2% of the bandwidth, which is enabling and to have effective prefetching for the context and which can be served to the consumers. And the last but not the least is the real world implementation and evaluation that we used for evaluating our model. Then why our approach outperforms the existing approaches? So the very first is the traditional methods, which are LRU, LFU, ARC, which uses very fixed refresh policies, because LRU refreshes based on the access frequency, LFU based upon the frequency, and ARC it adapts between both of them. But none of them they consider the volatility pattern. So they treated incident alerts that change every 10 seconds, the same as infrastructure data stable for hours. So that's where the main comparison comes in place. Our system it treats each and every context item differently, because context is again mixture of multiple IoT data. So if the infrastructure data has to be stable for hours, it will not be refreshed before the time limit window hits. And then we have other mobility aware methods like MobiCache and PCF that are better, but they anticipate device movement and prefetch data, but they have no volatility awareness. So they use the uniform refresh across all the cached items. So as a result, they waste the bandwidth updating the stable context very frequently, or they will have a stale volatile context because refresh is too slow. So ECCF advantages is it combines the mobility awareness with volatility awareness. It offers adaptive refresh, and also the gossip-based protocol adds the mobility awareness on top of this, which is we can prefetch based upon the predictive vehicle trajectories. So in conclusion, we are key results that validate the ECCF's effectiveness. First is we achieve 85% hit ratio during the high volatility incidents. So this is the remarkable because incidents they change rapidly. In the scenarios like traditional approaches, they drop to 60 to 65% hit ratio. Second is we have 11 to 14 percentage points better than the mobility aware approaches. So this quantifies the value of the volatility awareness. Third is we reduce the latency by 45 to 60% and 68 to 85% energy savings compared to traditional approaches, because the lower latency means better user experience and faster decision making for safety critical applications. Fourth is we use a system scales 1,000 vehicles commonly commodity hardware. So we didn't need the specialized hardware for exotic configurations. Our standard edge servers like Raspberry Pi 5 with 8 GB RAM was enough to handle the load while maintaining the sub latency of 10 milliseconds. All good. So the key takeaways are volatility aware caching is critical for mobile IoT applications. Mobility and volatility awareness achieves the synergistic benefits. So lightweight coordination, which is COSA protocol, it scales effectively. Real world evaluation that we demonstrated with the actual world work data, it offers the practical feasibility of the ECCF. And ECCF, it addresses all the fundamental gaps within the context delivery that we identified within the literature. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now this topic is open for discussion. I request the participants to please ask their queries or questions. Mr. Ashish, sir, one participant, Ms. Mudra, wants to ask you a question.
So I wanted to ask, like, how it will evolve with future networks.
So it doesn't have any barrier in regards to the future networks, because the way context caching works is it can be done either in the cloud or in the edge or in the fog. So the requirement is not that it has any linkage to networks. The requirement is whether we have a dignified cache space and the architecture for consumers, providers, and the platform itself.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
More questions? Thank you, sir. Your talk was really very informative and useful for all the delegates. It will definitely be beneficial for all of us, to our students also. Thank you once again. Now moving towards the concluding part of this session, I extend my sincere thanks to our Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Mude sir. Thank you, sir, for chairing this session. I also acknowledge our resource person, Honorable Mr. Ashish Manchanda sir, for his insightful talk and valuable guidance. We are fortunate to have a glimpse of his research work and knowledge. Sir, your talk came from years of practical research and expertise in your field. It will definitely open areas, fields of research for the researchers and delegates over here in India. Thank you once again, sir. Now, I also acknowledge all the delegates and participants present over here and in online mode. Now, with the permission of Honorable Chair, I announce this technical session over, and I hand over my mic to my colleague Siddhi. The next session will be of oral presentations. Please be with us. The next session will start in a few minutes. Thank you.
ज्यांचे प्रेझेंटेशन असतील त्यांनी इथे पीपीटी जमा करायचे आहे. ज्यांना ओरल प्रेझेंटेशन द्यायचं आहे ऑफलाईन मोडमध्ये त्यांनी इथे पीपीटी सबमिट करायची आहे. इथंच घेऊन टाका.
Those who are presenting paper, please give me a call. भारती फंदे मॅडम आहेत का? डॉक्टर संजय भोयार सर. प्रणव भेंडे सर ऑनलाईन आहेत. अश्विन पानूरकर सर. डॉक्टर सुमेध थोल सर. सुमेध सर आहे. निखिल मानकर सर. का वाघ मॅम ऑनलाईन आहेत. मोहम्मद जावेद मोहम्मद सिद्दीकी सर. डॉक्टर मंगल सोनोने सर. मोहम्मद माज मोहम्मद नियाज सर. निखिल मानकर सर. ऋतुजा ताथोड मॅम. रोहिणी पवार मॅम. डॉक्टर सचिन मुखमडे सर. श्रावणी राजवद्य मॅम. No, you Good afternoon, everyone. I am Siddhi Vagre, your anchor of the third technical session, that is paper presentation. I would like to welcome our chairman, Professor Dr. Vasudev Rajaram Patil sir from Chikaldara and R.M. Dahigude sir from Nanded, all the dignitaries on the dais and dear participants. I request Revaskar sir to welcome Dr. Vasudev Patil sir with memento and bouquet. Thank you, sir. I request Surarkar sir to welcome Dr. R.M. Dahigude sir with memento and bouquet. Thank you, sir. This is my pleasure to introduce our both the chairperson to everyone. Firstly, Dr. Vasudev Patil sir from Art, Science and Commerce College, Chikhaldara. He is life member of Indian Science Congress Association, Indian Mathematical Society, Indian Association for General Relativity and Gravitation, and Marathwada Mathematical Society. Also, he is member of various national and international e-journals and worked as expert. He is having more than 27 years of teaching experience and more than 26 years of research experience. He has published overall 51 research papers in national and international referred journals. He has attended 16 international and 14 national conferences, also published 21 books till today, and many more achievements. I request everyone to acknowledge this brilliant contribution with big round of applause. Now I would like to introduce our next chairperson, Dr. R.M. Dahigude sir from JDHE Nanded. He is life member of Indian Mathematical Society and Marathwada Mathematical Society. He received Mahatma Phule and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Research Award 2015 by Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. He is having 24 years of teaching experience and 15 years of research experience. His area of specialization are reaction diffusion theory, partial differential equation, numerical analysis, differential equation and fractional calculus. He has a research publication of 39 research papers and presented 6 research papers in national and international conferences. To such a brilliant person, I request everyone to give a big round of applause. Now moving ahead to most awaited session, let's start paper presentation, which is online and offline mode. As everyone know the sequence, I request the participant to be ready with their presentation material. Everyone must note that for presentation, they will get only 3 minutes and next 1 minute for question and answer. According to sequence, first 3 presenters are Arpit Vijay Raikwar sir. Second will be Ms. Bharti Omkar Fande ma'am. It will be online. Dr. Sanjay Ramakrishna Bhoyar sir. Let's begin with the first presenter, Arpit Vijay Raikwar sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, respected chairperson, honorable judges, and my fellow researchers. Today, I present my research work on a dual key based RSA crypto system. The cryptography is a study of technique for securing information in front of adversaries. There are two types of cryptography. One is symmetric key cryptography and second is asymmetric key cryptography. In symmetric key cryptography, there are only one key used for encryption and decryption. Similarly, asymmetric key cryptography, there are used two keys. One key for encryption and second key is for decryption. The encryption key, known as public key, is public to everyone, and decryption key, known as private key, this is at the end of receiver. There are well-known public key crypto system like RSA crypto system developed in 1977. The difficulty of RSA is based on integer factorization. The classical RSA relies on single key, but this work proposed on dual key RSA crypto system. In this crypto system, we use two public key and two private key for, for increasing the structural complexity of our crypto system. Several researchers work on multi-prime RSA, multi-key scheme, CRT-based scheme, but we find out that using this RSA crypto system, there are increasing computational time, also increased memory usage and complex key management. But in our crypto system, this simpler structural complexity increase and preserving the basic mathematical formulation of RSA. This is the mathematical formulation of RSA crypto system. There are used two large prime numbers x and y, compute n, x multiplied by y, compute Euler-Torsson function x minus 1 multiplied by y minus 1. We choose the public exponent such that E and G and phi n equal to 1 and compute the private exponent h such that G multiplied by h congruous to 1 mod phi n. The public key is G and n and private key is h and n. The encryption is computed equal to message power G mod n and decryption is computed. The final message is decrypted m congruous to e power h mod n. Next. The proposed dual key based RSA crypto system is we use the two public exponent G and I such that GCD of G phi n equal to 1, GCD of I phi n equal to 1 and compute two private exponents H and G. The GH congruous to 1 mod phi n, IG congruous to 1 mod phi n. There are two public keys G and n, I and n. There are two private keys HN and GN. The encryption is based on message power I mod n and decryption is a final message is recovered e power HJ mod n. We also propose theorem, the correctness of encryption and decryption. There are in this theorem we use Euler's theorem, message power phi n congruous to 1 mod n. Using this theorem, we validate our crypto system is mathematically correct. In the experiment result, we write program for RSA crypto system and modified RSA crypto system in Java language and run this two program and calculate the timing of encryption time, decryption time, total computational time for different bit sizes 512, 1024 and 2048 bits. We find out that the encryption and decryption time is slightly greater than REC crypto system, but whenever in the application part, wherever time is not important, then security, our model is applied. Also, we validate our model using ProVerif. In this, we run the program and we get the result that not attacker EM, not attacker private key SK1 and not attacker private SK2. This say that our message confidentiality and private key secrecy under active attacks. Also, we calculate the avalanche effect analysis. In this, we change the one bit of our message and get changes in ciphertext such that we get avalanche effect resulted that 52.44% is greater than 50. Hence, we said that our model is mathematically fixed at and propose higher security than RSA.
Your time is over.
The numerical example of RSA. In conclusion, we say that using single key is a threat to the security, but in our crypto system, we public key and two private key. There are dependency of single key is threat to our threat to model. Hence, we propose dual key RSA crypto system. Are the references? Sir, the dual key RSA crypto system application in QR code payment system, digital payment system. We can apply this model in QR code system, digital payment system, government applications. Wherever we need the security of message, we applied this model.
Next, Bharti Onkar Pande ma'am, online. Ashish Panurkar. Sorry, Ashwin Panurkar.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. Respected Dr. V.R. Patil sir, Jai Good day, sir. I am presenting my paper, research paper on the topic of relativity. My research topic is relativity, and the title of the paper is Strange Quark Matter in Anisotropy Banji 3 Cosmological Model in FRLM Gravity Framework. So to summarize the paper, today's paper, we know that the modified gravity is needed. Modified gravity is helpful to find out the expansion of the universe. Universe is accelerating in an acceleration expansion phase, and that can be evaluated using the modified gravity framework. And we are using here an FRLM gravity. An FRLM gravity framework in which the topic is chosen as the form chosen is FRLM equal to R/2 plus alpha LM. For alpha equals to 1, it reduces to general relativity form. Next frame. The to summarize these content, also we are using the strong strange quark matter. This strange quark matter is useful to find out the early universe accelerating phase. The motivation is come from the alternative theories of general relativities, and that's why the modified gravity has taken a motivation, because lot of times the Einstein fails to generalize the paper. the theory of expansioning universe. Next one. Here we have chosen the theoretical framework where Lagrangian LM and Ricci scalar R is taken. Here, specifically because we are going to use the modified gravity framework here. Next screen. The space-time geometry we are using is a Bianchi type 3 metric. That is that contains an ABC as a parameter that we are going to evaluate. Next frame. Here we are using a perfect fluid as a Tij and in the form of a strange quark matter, where rho is the density and P is the pressure. Next frame. We are using modified field equation for under the framework of FRLM gravity. Next frame. We have calculated the exact solution in the form of ABC, where there is no singularity form. Next frame. The cosmological parameters like volume, Hubble parameter, deceleration parameter are helpful to find out the expansion of the universe, where universe is decelerating or accelerating. Next frame. Density pressure evaluation is also helpful to generalize this paper. Next thing. MIT Baggs model, that equation of state equation, is also helpful in consent of providing a realistic description of quark matter. Next frame. These graphs are given, which suggests that volume is increasing, and that confirms a continuous cosmic expansion. Next frame. The pressure evaluation, where pressure shows a negative graph. Next page. Similarly, density also showing the same thing, that decreasing with respect to time smoothly. Next frame. Using Baggs model also, that is the key of this paper, that using a Baggs model, the pressure and density also showing the same kind of a gesture like in FRLM graph. Next frame. The conclusion is that the universe is expanding using this framework FRLM and BNG3. Can suggest that universe is expanding using it. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Gravity is a different one. Yes, sir. It's a relative thing. Yes, sir. 10 raised to minus. No, sir. The velocity of light is always going to be higher than. It will relative to the gravity, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, Hubble parameter is the parameter which is used to define the acceleration. That is A dot upon A. Thank you, sir.
Next, Ayadurai case, sir.
Good afternoon, all the learned dignitaries on this part of the table, my colleagues on the other side of the table, plus other anchors who are monitoring the computer. I'm not going to talk about computer at all. I'm going to talk about chemistry, my subject, the drugs and how computer is going to be useful in formulating, synthesizing many useful molecules, chemical molecules in curing diseases. My topic will be computer-aided drug design. Before that, I want to snatch away the bell because that is going to increase my blood pressure. That bell which you are going to ring, please give it to me. The history of drug discovery, previous slide. I want to be very jovial and humorous so that we enjoy the session post-lunch. All your forefathers, your great-grandfathers, grandmothers and all, there was no penicillin, no antibiotic in those days. Whatever be the fever, any pain, they used to give some jadi booty ka, some extract, that used to cure us. Used to get substantial relief. I am now 73. About 70 years back or 50 years back, when I go to my grandma, she used to put some drops in my ears if you have some pain in the ear, or some kashaya or something for curing my throat. What I'm trying to tell you, all the modern drugs, anti-cancer, anti-inflammable, whatever it is, ibuprofen, paracetamol, they have all their origin only in those age-old plants, phytochemicals, be it haldi or many plants. They are the basic foundation material for developing very, very big, complicated chemical molecule which are useful and serving as an anti-cancer drug or anti-malarial, anti-cholera. All those drugs are emanating from ordinary medicinal plant. Last year I visited one institute called CIMAP, CIMAP, Central Institute for Medicinal and Aromatic Plants in Lucknow. They are planting many important medicinal plants and extracting the phytochemicals from which they develop further many drugs. So if I may ask you to go to the next set of slides, sir. This is computer-aided drug design. When you go to analyze your blood or urine for some deformity in your body, there will be one drug which will be useful in attacking one particular deficiency. More urea, use one particular molecule. But that will have side effect that won't be able to maintain some other parameter in your blood or urine. So if you increase the dose of one chemical, the other parameter will get affected. That is always the case. So what we used to do, we used to take one particular molecule and then add something, chlorine, nitro, sulfur, we call it heteroatom because normally the organic molecule is made of carbon and nitrogen only. Any other molecule like oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur, chlorine, they are all hetero, foreign molecules, foreign atoms. If you add, it will have different property, will give different effect. But the idea of synthesizing many more novel molecules, chemical molecules, with a view to cure the diseases, we call it lead molecule. An ordinary chemical compound will become a lead molecule only if it is found to be properly absorbed in the body and effectively for disease. So that is possible with computer-aided drug discovery. I appreciate this particular topic. In fact, I appeal to our college people from the computer department, teach this particular topic in MSc chemistry, because you will be in a position to teach this subject better than our own chemistry professors. Not that they do not know, but you are more well versed with. We had a subject one full unit in MSc New Education Policy syllabus. We had very nice time in learning that. When I studied BSc in 1974, 52 years back, we never had the luxury of studying all these computer-aided carbon valency of 4. We used to make a lot of mistakes in writing the molecular structure, but with the computer aid, we are able to be very accurate, correct, proper, fair, and it is very, very useful, and it leads a long way in our not only academic life, the professional medicinal line also. Sorry, the time is meant for other participants. I don't want to trespass into their time. I have come unprepared. I am not able to run through all my slides. The first bell, city, the Pehla city, so I don't want to proceed further. With this, I will conclude. Computer-aided drug design has come to stay in developing many more useful novel molecules in curing, for example, in anti-cancer, chemotherapy or radiotherapy using cobalt, salt and all. unless you have got a chelating ligand attached to those dangerous gamma ray emitting chemicals, it is not possible to design those molecules without compute drug design. With this, I would like to conclude, and I would very much welcome questions. I'm interested in learning. Good luck to you. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, please. Design, because you know the ultimate molecule which will be necessary for us to synthesize. We know what is a basic molecule. We have got a subject in chemistry called retrosynthesis. You know the end molecule. That is our destination, that we have to synthesize. From what are all the basic foundation molecules we can synthesize? There are prescribed route. For example, toluene, you know, methyl benzene. Methyl benzene. You take benzene and add methane, you get toluene technically, but you have to use chloride. But if it is possible, reaction, chemical kinetics, all those things you have to think thoroughly, well versed with the reaction mechanism and chemical kinetics before arriving at the final. That is possible with various options available in the computer design. Which route is possible, which route is not possible, it will tell you. A route mein nahi jana, it will tell you. And there the computer methodology comes to your rescue to help in large measure. Trying gracefully many permutation and combination by trial and error, that can be completely avoided with CADD. All anti-cancer drugs today, whatever diseases which are posing a great challenge to humanity today, they cannot be synthesized without computer-aided drug design. It has come to stay. It's a very important. In fact, if I may say so, in our university or Bombay, Nagpur University, most of the PhD students who are doing organic heterochemical synthesis for various medicinal molecules, lead molecule, SAR, for example, structure and activity relationship. By changing the structure, the activity of the medicine can be increased manifold. Quantified QSAR, ADMET, absorption, distribution, toxicity relation, they all can be studied only with CA. A wonderful subject. In fact, but for my health and age, I would spend more time in this. Still, I'm studying in. Good luck.
Next, Nikhil Mankar, sir.
Good afternoon. I am here to present a paper of title about finite Millian transform and its analytical structure. So basically, integral transform is a widely used for the solve differentiation and integration equation as a Laplace transform, Fourier transform, Millian transform, and so many transform for a 2 decade, for 2 century, almost for a 2 century, almost for a 2 century. Almost for a 2 century. This transform I have considered a Millian transform and the Abut transform. And in this paper, we develop a new integral transform, which is about finite Millian transform in distribution sense. And also, in this paper, we develop a 12 testing function using the Gilford-Geelong technique and to prove the analyticity of a about finite Millian transform using analyticity theorem. in equation 1.1 show that the above transform with parameter s, here is the 1 upon s e raised to power minus st is the kernel for the above transform, and for equation 2.2 is a finite Mellin transform for the parameter p, and the color show that this is the kernel for the equation finite Mellin transform. And we develop a new hybrid transform that is about finite Mellin transform, whereas the for the parameter s and p, whereas the kernel is 1 upon s e raised to power minus st and a raised to power 2p upon x raised to power p plus 1 minus x raised to power p minus y, which is the kernel for the about finite Mellin transform. There are the testing function, there are 12 testing function. In testing function, phi of xt is a differentiation, open differentiation on the open set r plus to r plus, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the next. Oh, next. These are the 12 testing function, and in this testing function which used to distribute generalized form for in dual spaces, and this equation 3.1 show that the distribution of a finite Mellin transform about finite Mellin transform. Next, sir. Using distribution and 12 testing function, we prove that the analytic theorem for the parameter s and p, and equation 4.1 and 4.2 show that the analytic for on the strip ohm f. And in this paper, we conclude that we develop a new integral transform about finite Mellin transform in the distribution sense with 12 testing function, and to prove the analyticity of the about finite Mellin transform, and we use the following. A of f s equal to 1 upon s integration 0 to infinity e raised to power minus st f of t dt. In about transformation 1 upon s into Laplace transform we use. It means that Laplace transform is integration 0 to infinity e raised to power minus st f of t dt. In Laplace transform, there are this is specifically for the differentiation, and about transform is for the fractional differentiation.
Next, Rutuja Tathod, ma'am.
I feel title as the analytical structure of the generalized matrix. Integral transform plays a very important role in mathematics and science. Integral transform is mathematical that transforms a complex equation via there are the many known integral transform present. Some of the property. The literature I saw that transform so some very effective properties in solving differential equations. I try to combine this transform and trying to form a new transform. The main objective of my paper is to transform work of where I define the transform, then the testing functions, and then try to analytics. First we see definition. Here, first one is the definition of the Maillard transform. Second one is the definition. And after combining this, I tried to form the new transform, that is the Maillard transform. Transform, there are the two parameter. One parameter is S and another is Y. Here both parameters are greater than, and the definition for this transform, double integration from 0 to the power S minus 1 x plus y to the power minus f of t x dx, and here both parameters. Transform is widely used problem involving this, and the state transform is using complex the probability, and using transform when we that the Maillard transform shows important role in solving complicated. To define the general transform, we introduce an appropriate functions, and this function space are careful that the generalized Maillard transform there. There exist so many testing functions, out of which I define two of them. The first space ms alpha, second is ms beta, and then the space ms alpha beta. Here I consider the lot of constant, the time response. Here I am trying to give the definition of the distributional Maillard status transform in a generalized form. Well, space of the testing functions ms alpha. Central result of my paper is to the analyticity theorem. This theorem established that the generalized Maillard transform analytic function in the defined testing functions. This result, I use first order principle in the first order principle of derivation, and then by applying the Cauchy integral formula, and after solving this, come to the conclusion that time constraint, I here present outline of this proof. Now conclude work, I introduce generalized Maillard transform, define the testing function, and trying to prove the analytic. And thank you. The Maillard complicated after and after that we all the transform widely used for the image. Widely used wide back
Next, Dr. Sachin Mukmade, sir.
of you. Yes. Start a small present. Gallium arsenide. Gallium arsenide. Properties. Advantage of it is the high efficiency. Long life. High efficiency. All. Next slide. The principle of AD operate. It is operate on the basis of forward bias, light emission. The light emitting diode can emit color. The fabrication of gallium arsenide based LEDs, the thin film technology, that thin film growth. Epitaxial growth thin film technology, this is research laboratory for the fabrication of epitaxial layer. For example, molecular beam here, another thing. So can easily fabricate the P and the device package, right? The spectral characteristics of gallium arsenide based on the visible spectrum. At the visible spectrum, the light as compared to light, can compare the gallium arsenide LED and LCD and our incandescent bulb. We are going to observe the poor picture. There is one LED lights. We are going to observe the spectrum, very narrow part. But that gallium arsenide spectrum, we are going to observe 800 nanometer to 560 nanometer. The visible that LED good as compared. Case of the efficiency of brightness and gallium arsenide LEDs has the best resolution. Brightness. These are the incandescent bulb, another KFL, and ordinary light and LED. So most of the time we are going to observe in PUP LED. So LED's light has the better luminosity as compared to KFL. Next slide. Next slide. These are the application. Here observe the traffic signal. Okay, in traffic signal, and if of the vehicle, we can use the red color. These are the different applications: automotive lightning, place, signature. So we are going today. We are giving the presentation on this projector. So projector has good quality and high resolution, better projector, and these are the good application case of the gallium arsenide based LEDs. Challenges: limitation of gallium based LEDs, cost, patient limits, and research and development. Research and development, we are going to develop the thin film technology at the district level. But this kind of high advanced technology, we are going to observe the central university. But in case of we are going to observe we are going to start up the thin film technology in our Khandelwal College, Akola, Department of Physics. Next, conclusion and future trends. Are the conclusion: gallium arsenide based LED is the play role in crucial modern lighting. So without modern lighting, by building without LED, we cannot show the highest tall building in the world. Thank you. Thanks for your attention. A is the gallium, atomic number 31. Arsenic, can call as the gallium arsenide. Arsenide, atomic number. Spectrum. So we are going to top visible spectrum. We are going to the solving power, contrast. If desktop monitor with resolving power, we are going to suppress, minimize the light effect and our visible region.
most of the time infrared colors. We are going to be for the visible region. That soft light is recognized by our eyes. The LED diode.
Next, Shravani Rajvaidya.
Afternoon, all present over here, honorable dignitaries, respected lecturers, ma'ams, sirs, and all my dear friends.
Whoever is shared online, please stop sharing.
Myself, Shravani Anil Rajvaidya. I am from MSc Computer Science, second year, from this college only. Today, my topic of the paper is the data auto system. This is the system which helps us in colleges and universities to make the work hand to make the work done by hand or the peoples by AI. Now it is introduction to data auto system. Data auto system is a innovation of AI which is used like actually sir, I want to create a platform where multiple AI tools are get connected, and it helps the lecturers and teachers to make their management work easy by using AI. So overview of the database is integrated AI tools. Sir, here I integrate multiple AI tools, just like tools of letter making, notice making, after that PDF and documentations management. Next slide. Now AI technologies, various types of AI technologies used here. The first is natural language processing. After that, rule-based automation and modular architecture. This is a AI web application diagram. Here, the workflow of the management of the project is done. Firstly, the sender or the client or the user is send or update his little data or descriptive, in short data to the system, and after that it gets communicated and it gets developed, and after that we get the output. Next slide. Now functional testing results. Various types of functional testing results I get from this is form generation accuracy. After that, various types of documents can be edited here. After that, politic facts and forms will be get. Challenges and consideration, data privacy concerns. For data privacy concerns, we have to focus on the privacy and security of the data. After this, bias a system. So nowadays we are getting aware that using we get some wrong answers on ChatGPT, as our sir also said. So it is a duty to check out the data, that whether it is good, actually whether it is correct or not. Next slide, please. Future enhancement for auto system. Basically, future enhancements for this research is student and faculty logins. After that, role-based access. After that, advanced analytical features and multilingual supports. Traditional systems and AI-driven systems. Wherever in traditional systems we get or we consume more time for getting all these stuffs, and in AI driven systems we consume very much less time uh, for the data management. The conclusion is to overall solve the problem of time consumption and making the great or more work in less time is the only way for this. Next slide. Thank you, sir. नो सर, एक्चुअली ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना है कि जहाँ पे स्कूल या फिर स्कूल कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल मैनेजमेंट रहते, हाँ वर्किंग में भी, जैसे अभी मैम है, ओके, तो उनको पूरे ग्रुप को अगर एक पे नोटिस भी, तो फिर उनको नोटिस को फिर वो जनरेट होगा, वो सब मैम मतलब चेकआउट होगा, उसके बाद में सबके पास जाएगा, पास जाने के लिए टाइम लगेगा। तो ऐसा ना होने की वजह से, मतलब ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। 1 क्लिक तो छोटा सा डिस्क्रिप्शन डालेंगे मैम की क्या रिलेटेड नोटिस बनानी है, तो नोटिस बनने के बाद एक क्लिक करेंगे तो सबको भेज दें। सर पर ये एक्चुअली भी नीड है, जब मैंने सोचा देखा तो कॉलेज के लिए नीड थी, तो फिर इसके अकॉर्डिंग मैंने बनाया। मतलब कुछ नहीं, कुछ थोड़ी कुछ मेरे साइड से हेल्प हो जाए ऐसे।
नेक्स्ट स्वप्ना राजनकर।
Good afternoon, all present. Myself, Miss Swapna Rajankar. I am a research scholar student. Yes, college. My research topic is and luminous characteristics, barium, borate, dope with europium. Presentation outline includes production methodology, flow diagram of synthetic chemical reaction, study analysis, diagram, and conclusion. Phosphors. Phosphors are the luminous materials which emits light in a cold. Why I have selected borate host phosphors? Because there are several phosphors available, silicates, aluminates, and phosphates, along with borates. Why borates? Because borates have excellent chemical and thermal stability. I have selected red emitting phosphor, which is for white LED application. Methodology that I have used for the synthesis of the phosphor is solution combustion synthesis method. It is a self-propagated heat generating process in which for the synthesis of potassium barium borate, I have used potassium nitrate, barium nitrate, europium oxide and boric acid and urea as a fuel. Next slide. The synthesis process flow diagram is shown there. Again, it requires potassium nitrate, barium nitrate, europium nitrate, boric acid and urea. In that, double distilled water is added in order to obtain homogeneous solution, and the combustion is done at 550 degrees Celsius. After that, a crispy product is obtained, and that crispy product is annealed at a degree of 850 degrees Celsius for 3 hours, and the synthesized phosphor is now available for characterization, that is XRD, PL, FTIR and same. Next slide. Here is the chemical reaction that I have shown in there. And for synthesis of the phosphor, I have used the stoichiometric amounts of the ingredients that are also shown there. You can see that. Next slide. This is the XRD pattern of my synthesized phosphor, nothing but the potassium barium borate doped with europium ion, which agrees with the Tekade type reference PDF card number 9009270. And from the diffraction fix, we can conclude that the synthesized phosphor is of crystalline nature. We can obtain the crystal system also, that is trigonal cubic. The photoluminescence study involves photoluminescence excitation spectra of potassium barium borate doped with europium ion, and it is obtained at emission wavelength 612 nanometer. In that, you can see the maximum intense peak is obtained at 395 nanometer. This is the excitation peak for red emitting phosphor. Next slide. Next slide. This is the photoluminescence emission spectra of potassium barium borate phosphor doped with europium, and it is obtained at an excitation of 394 nanometer. It shows a strongest excitation peak at 616 nanometer, and that strongest excitation peak is obtained for the transition of 5D0 to 7F2 transition. Other peaks are also there available, and these peaks are available in the visible region of the spectrum. Next slide. This is the energy level diagram of U positive ion in the potassium barium borate host, and again it shows the strongest emission is obtained at 616 nanometer. Which shows red emission of the phosphor. Next slide. This is the CIE chromaticity diagram of the synthesized phosphor. In that, you can see the CIE chromaticity point lies in the red region of the phosphor. And the chromaticity coordinates of the CIE synthesized phosphor are 0.68 and 0.32, which are very close to NSTC standard of red color 0.66 and 0.33. Next slide. This is the conclusion of the synthesized phosphor, potassium barium borate doped with europium ion. Under 394 nanometer excitation, the spectrum was dominated by strongest emission peak, that is at 616 nanometer, and the CIE chromaticity coordinates are also shown there. And the CCT, nothing but the correlated color temperature of the synthesized phosphor, is obtained, that is equal to 4320 degree Kelvin. And it conclude that the synthesized phosphor is a neutral phosphor, because whenever the CCT is in between 3500 Kelvin to 5000 Kelvin, then it indicates it is a neutral phosphor, which can be slightly warmer than the domestic use white phosphor. Have any question? You can ask me. Because have the facility of origin, so I am directly using Excel. Graph cells. I used to use actually from YouTube. I learned that how to use the MS Excel without having origin use. I use Thank you, everyone.
From now, online presentations have been started. Next, Bharti Fande ma'am. Mohammad Maz. Mohammad Niaz.
Respected Chairman, all of you, very good afternoon to all of you. I am Mohammad Maz, a student of MSc second year from Shri Shivaji College of Arts, Commerce and Science. So actually my study paper on big data processing using cloud platforms. So in today's era, one of the crucial thing is data. Without data, we are nothing almost. Uh, so big data plays a crucial role in which data can be defined as the metadata, means that the information about the information is called the metadata. So why we integrated this with the cloud platforms? So let me understand you. So cloud platform are used for the purpose of cloud platform are used for the purpose of sharing computing resources like the resources like the can use in daily life like Google Drive and OneDrive, etc. Next, please. So the problem statement is traditional system cannot handle very large amount of data efficiently. So the traditional system cannot handle the very large amount of data. Uh, so for that reason we use cloud resources and cloud computing. So in which we do the parallel work in a system. There is a problem statement like lack of intelligent scheduling, effect real-time data analysis. Next, please, sir. So the objective of the study are to design a scalable cloud-based framework for efficient big data processing, to improve data processing, distributed and parallel computing. So for scaling speed of the cloud platforms, we should remember the some cardinalities and some important things like data integrity and scalability and data consistency and efficiency to ensure secure, reliable, and fault-tolerant data storage and management, to support real-time analytics and intelligence system making using AI and machine learning. Next, please, sir. So literature review summary. Previous studies show that cloud computing is effective for storing and processing data. So for processing big data, we can use cloud computing technologies like Hadoop and Spark improve processing speed using parallel computing. So as I told you about parallel computing, parallel computing are the technology to run multiple processor at the same time. Next, please, sir. So there is a purpose system architecture in which we have major layer is layer. First is data ingestion and storage layer, and second one is processing and analytics layer, and third one is optimization and decision support layer. So in first layer, data collection and storage layer is responsible for collecting data from the different sources like healthcare system, financial transaction, and social media. In the next layer, data processing analytics layer. Layer processes and analyzes the data collected. Use parallel processing frameworks like Apache Spark and Hadoop MapReduce to work on the data faster. The third one is layer optimization and decision support layer. This layer manages cloud resources smartly using AI and machine learning. So the result of the this study, storage means that data is stored safely and accessed. Outcomes scalable and fast processing, cost effective and safe and reliable smart analytics. So thank you very much. Sir, in daily life, actually we are using data and cloud computing together. One of the major thing is this meeting is run on the cloud platform. That is Zoom platform. Cloud computing. Sir, cloud computing are nothing. It is the run the computational task on cloud. On the different computers, run the computational tasks. Cloud connect cloud connect with internet, and without internet in today's era, all are nothing. That is why what is the so there are various can use healthcare. Healthcare system can be defined as if we are considering about the medical field, there are lots of applications which track our like that heartbeat and blood pressures. So these are the applications of healthcare. Data process. Sir, the blood pressure are
eating donut, coffee mug. Okay, they're actually same. Okay, why they are same? Topological same, because there is one hole. Okay, because topology studies shape. Okay, there continuous deformation. Okay, after stitching, shape remains same. Okay, but tearing is not allowed. If tearing is done, topology changes. And from that topology, the combination of topology, data science, there is a new area for study that is called as topological data analysis. We are merging computer science and mathematics and data science. The fusion of these three things is topological data analysis. Here we are going to work on high dimensional complex data like brain arteries, cancer patient data. Okay. Just before 2-3 minutes, we were discussing about healthcare system. There are lots of bank frauds. Okay, that also can be studied in topological data analysis, topological data analysis tools. The main tool we are studying in topological data analysis is persistent homology. Without persistent homology, we can't find out persistent features. And the tools, the things that we are going to study in topological data analysis are mainly in persistent diagrams, persistent vectors, and all these things are used as an input in AI. For example, if we are going to finding brain artery analysis, in the study of brain arteries analysis, we know there is a twisting structure. Have you seen brain arteries? Brain artery structure, have you seen? There is twisting and bending structure. Okay. By converting it into point cloud data, we can find out the topological features. And by using these topological features, we can convert them to a fast view. In artificial intelligence, okay, we have seen there are lots of applications in AI. Either it is in education, in healthcare system, in bank system. Okay, these are the mathematical tools we are using. Simplicial complex, zero simplex, one simplex. These are the building blocks of topological data analysis. Next, this is the homology. This represents one-dimensional loop, and the void shows the high-dimensional cavity with faces and empty interior. Next, these holes and voids are used for finding topological features. This is a vector strips complex. First, we have point cloud data. Anything that we have to convert into, we have to study AI features. First, we have to convert point cloud data. Means, yeah, if I want to make analysis, brain artery analysis, using this topological data analysis AI tools, I have to convert brain arteries data into point cloud, and then we convert into Reeves complex, and then after increasing the size of D, okay, radius as increases, we can find the features. Next slide. This is the persistent homology. We can see the simplicial complex and persistent bars are there. The persistent bar, okay, H0 means zero homology, zero dimensional homology, one dimensional homology we can see. And these features are born at one scale and die another scale. These features, these barcodes or persistent diagrams represent meaningful structure that we shall see in the next diagram. These are the persistent diagrams. The point above diagonal, okay, that is our main persistent feature. Next, these are the Betti numbers. Okay, the Betti 0, Betti 1, Betti 2. We can see the point has Betti 0. Okay, because this is called connected component. Betti 1 means we call tunnels, and Betti 2 means voids. Next, why TDA in AI? Because TDA helps to find the structure of data. TDA works on one thing. Remember, data has shape, shape has meaning, and meaning matters. Okay. The topological features are used as input in AI, and by using certain algorithms, certain libraries like Ripser, Goody, Scikit TDA, Geo2 TDA, using these we can find, we can use these features as input in like CNN, okay, convolutional neural network, artificial neural network. These tools are used to find the proper, we can say interpretation or analysis can be done by using these things. Topological space is that space that follows certain properties like connectivity. Okay, there are lots of space, Banach space like there, and this topology works only that particular hole means yes. Yes, yes, the space which follows that topological definition. Okay, means it has reflexivity, connectivity. We can study that topological features in that particular area.
Next, Bharti Fande ma'am. Please share your screen. Bharti ma'am, if you are joined, please share your screen and you can start your presentation.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. You can start your presentation and you have 3 minutes to present. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Please start, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, share your screen.
Yes.
Can I take
Uh,
another name?
Sorry, ma'am. Can I have next presentation?
Okay, ma'am. Next, Pranav Bhende, sir. Whoever is ready, please share your screen.
Hello, ma'am, it's Rohini Pawar. Is
Okay,
it
ma'am.
okay if I share it now?
Yes, ma'am. Rohini, ma'am, are you presenting?
Yes, yes, I'm here. I can present it if you allow. Is it okay if I do now?
Yes, yes. First,
Okay.
share your screen.
Yes, I'll share. And just confirm me once it is visible. Is it visible?
Yes, you can start, ma'am. Your time start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Miss Rohini Shailesh Pawar. I'm from.
Excuse me, ma'am. You will get 3 minutes. Okay. So please.
Okay.
Please note that
Okay.
that time will not exceed.
Okay, so here I'm presenting my paper on topic generalized Sumodu Laplace transform and its topological properties. So in abstract, we have mentioned that what we are going to do this in the particular paper. Here we are investigating the topological properties of the testing functions and we are demonstrating its strict inductive limit spaces. As we all know, the Sumudu transform and Laplace transform. In this paper, we have combined the Sumudu and Laplace transform. It has several applications in engineering, in science field by solving the differential, partial differential equations, analyzing the signals, and studying its dynamic systems. Very first, we have introduced the definition of Sumudu transform with the kernel 1 by k exponential of minus x by k with the condition k is always strictly greater than 0. The Laplace transform definition with the kernel exponential of minus sz with the condition on the parameter that s is always greater than 0. Both are from the limit 0 to infinity. For defining the strict inductive limit spaces, we first define some testing functions. These testing functions allow the function to involve the smooth function with the compact support and infinitely differentiable, which is again helpful for handling the complex differential equation with the singular and with the singularities. So these are the required testing function for the paper. Here we have defined the distributional generalized Sumudu Laplace transform. That is the combination of Sumudu and Laplace transform. For this Laplace transform, we have used the parameter k and s, and its kernel will be 1 by k exponential of minus x by k plus sz, provided with the condition x is lying between 0 to infinity and z is lying between 0 to infinity, k and s are strictly greater than 0. We are discussing topological properties of testing function. The very first topological property will be the Sumudu Laplace, the testing function SL AC alpha, if it is equal to the union of SL AC alpha Mi, if the space SL AC alpha is equipped with the strict inductive limit topology SL AC alpha M defined on the injective map SL AC alpha
Sorry,
Mi
madam.
to SL AC alpha. Hello, yes,
Hello, madam.
yes.
Conclude your paper. Concluding remarks सांगा फक्त बस.
Okay. This particular theorem this particular theorem gives us idea that if any phi n is phi n is belongs to the SL AC alpha I converges to 0, then it must contained in SL AC alpha Mi, and it should converge to 0. This is all about the proposition. The next proposition says that if we have a growth parameter alpha 1, alpha 2 and the decay parameter beta 1, beta 2, then the topology induced on SL beta 1 AC alpha 1 is always equivalent to the topology induced on SL beta 1 AC alpha 1 by SL beta 2 AC alpha 2, where beta 1 is less than beta 2 while alpha 1 is less than alpha 2.
Ma'am, your time is over. Please conclude your paper now.
Okay. So in this paper, we have mentioned all the properties of the testing function spaces, which are established here. They are helpful for framework of the further theoretical development and application of the operational calculus and differential equation involving all the types of distributions. And these are the references. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. You can stop sharing your screen. Next, who is ready?
Can I
share
start
their-
now, ma'am? Deepika Wagh.
Yes, you can start sharing.
Okay.
Ma'am, please note that you will get only 3 minutes. After that, you have to
Yes,
stop.
yes, yes.
And
Is it visible, ma'am?
no.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please make it a slideshow.
Yes. Okay. Uh, Very good afternoon to all. I am Deepika Wagh, research scholar from SJJ2 University, Rajasthan, and I am presenting the research paper on refined trigonometric and hyperbolic inequalities for enhanced signal processing applications. So, the introduction, non-linearities in functions is the intrinsic object in signal processing domain. So there are trigonometric functions which are arises in modulation techniques, Fourier analysis, spectral decomposition, and phase estimation. Then hyperbolic functions appears in continuous time filter and PDE-based signal models. Then truncated Taylor series expansion, that is a Maclaurin series. This leads to conservative approximated errors or limited system accuracy and the performance. So it gives the limited accuracy or limited performance for the signals. Then functional inequalities, that are nothing but the trigonometrics and hyperbolic functions which provides the sharp bounds. Now the role of inequalities mostly plays important role in amplitude bounding of signals, error estimation in Fourier and sinc approximations. Again, in filter design, that are nothing but the FIR and IR that are used in audio communication. Then
It plays important role in stability of signals in adaptive systems, again for the
Ma'am, you
modulation
can
and
change your
demodulation of
slides.
signals. Okay. So there are types of inequalities. So there are the some inequalities are this. The first one is the Wilkes inequality. So this is the proof. This x belongs to 0 to pi by 2. The inequality holds as sin x upon x plus tan x upon x greater than 0. And this is the graph for that. Okay. So as in this case, we get the sharp lower bound for the combination of sine and tangent. Okay. So see, as the graph is x is starting from 0. So this here, this curve is nothing but sin x by x plus tan x by x. It gives us the sharp lower bound. Okay. Then in signal processing.
Excuse me, ma'am, your slides are not
Yes.
changing. You have to turn your slides.
Yes. Then next is Cobber's inequality. So for all x belongs to 0 to pi, the inequality holds as sin x less than cos x by 2. And this is the graph for that inequality. And this is the proof, as the derivative of this function, that is g dash of x, is greater than 0. So
Sorry,
here
madam.
g of x is a.
Sorry, madam. Your
Yes.
time is over now. You have to conclude within a second.
Yes. Okay. So these are the four inequalities. So these are basically applied in signal processing to ensure the amplitude, minimum amplitude, to improve the error estimation. Then another is nothing but so to stabilize, to get the stability in nonlinear and adaptive filters. Again, it is useful for the modulation and demodulation and in signal approximation. So future scope is in multivariate, and we can again further use in machine learning systems. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is ready with presentation? भेंडे, निखिल मानकर, ऋतुजा ताथोड, रोहिणी पवार, अस्मिता यादव. Who is ready with presentation for online? Shall we conclude here? Okay, online presentations are over. Here we conclude with the session, and I declare the paper presentation session is over.
All participants are deliver the very good and very nice presentation session. They are त्यांनी अतिशय चांगल्या प्रकारे या ठिकाणी सादरीकरण केलेलं आहे आणि चांगल्या पद्धतीने प्रश्नांचं उत्तर पण दिलेलं आहे. मी सर्वांचं या ठिकाणी अभिनंदन करतो आणि हे सेशन संपलं असं जाहीर करतो. थँक्यू.